Eh, Hey, hello everybody. How's it going? Welcome to episode 2 of KingsGuard. And this is actually the very first live episode. So what's happening now is actually happening. How crazy or how wild is that? It has actually been quite some time since we've been in this world. So there's some recapping that needs to be done. And I wanted to do a quick overview of some of the special changes that we've made to the rules in 5th edition. Mainly being that in this game, ones and 20s work a lot different than your standard 5e actual play. And there are actual consequences to being dropped to 0 health, and I just wanted to run through that real quick. So, we're going to do that after I get to the most important part of the game, which is introducing the amazing players that make this all possible. So just to get me out of the way, hi, I'm Noir. You could find me everywhere as the Noir Enigma, and I use he/him pronouns, just like it says there. And we're going to go down in accordance to the overlay list. So that means that we're going to introduce you to Harper, then Darby, then Dee, and then Anita. And they'll tell you where you can find them, give you their pronouns, and then we'll get into some of the rule alterations that we've made for this game. So we're going to start with the one and only Harper.
Hey everyone, my name is Harper. You can find me on the internet as Harper or Harpersona or Harpersona Games, and tonight I am playing Shosha Sistruris.
And can I get Shosha and Harper's pronouns?
Yes, we both go by she/her pronouns.
Boom, boom, boom. Awesome. Moving right along to Darby. Darby, how's it going? And let us know yours and Arabelle's pronouns.
Hello, I'm Darby, and I am playing Arabella Chestnut. Both Arabella and I use she/her pronouns. I don't remember if I was supposed to say anything else, so I'm gonna pretend that was everything I was supposed to say.
We'll go harder. We'll go harder on the outros, telling everybody where we can find each other. But for now, moving on to D. What's up?
Good evening. I'm D. Tonight I will be returning to the role of Ade Zuko, who may have made some interesting choices in recent memory. I use any pronouns, and Ade uses he/him pronouns.
Rock and or roll. And
Dude uses was here pronouns.
Let's see. And last, but certainly not least, the angel. Anita, please tell us about yourself.
Hi, I'm Anita. I am the runner of the Critical Mrs. Twitch channel, and tonight I am playing Yenna Stein, the Azamar Oath of Devotion paladin who is undergoing some changes.
Ooh. All right. So, I told you I was going to give you a brief rundown of the rule changes, and we're going to do that. And you did your pronouns, right? I'm sorry. I want to make sure that I get that for everybody.
I use she, they pronouns, and so does Yenna.
Awesome. I'm trying to get better at that. Awesome. So the rule changes here. In combat, if you roll a 1, we have a deck of cards that tells you what happens because you rolled the 1. I don't make it up. The deck does everything. If you roll a 20 outside of combat, you get a good luck card, and pretty awesome things happen when you get your good luck card. They're basically like, if you've played Magic the Gathering, they're like instants that you can play against the GM. Let's say you roll pretty bad on a saving throw. Some of the good luck cards are like add a D12 to whatever you rolled. If you roll a 1 outside of combat, however, you get a bad luck card. And that's when I get an instance to play against the players. Let's see, what else is there? Also, if you drop to 0 and get brought back up, you get a enduring wound. and we have a deck of cards that that deal with that, and they require a little bit more oomph to heal than just pouring hit points or taking a nap. Adds a little bit of realism to the game. And finally, we have a deck of cards for inspiration. There's standard inspiration, there's valorous inspiration, and then there's heroic. Now, what I've decided is if you, the players, choose to give a boon to the players here, that's going to be represented as a standard inspiration card. Now, to resolve something that happened from last week's episode, which was pre-recorded and not live, Harper actually got one of these boons. So we are going to give Harper the very first standard inspiration card. So let's read what it says. Harper at any point can choose one. Gain advantage on your next D20 roll. Oh, I actually gave you a heroic one. But you know what? We'll stick with it. You can gain advantage on your next D20 roll, recover a first level spell slot, or gain a +5 bonus to arcana checks for 1 minute. So you get to hold on to that and choose when to use it, but you have to use it some point this session. Inspiration cards do not last from session to session. So let me go ahead and give this card to you.
So then I have a question, Noir. As a being with only 5th level spell slots, do I get to recover a 5th level spell slot?
You get All right, so I just traded it to you. There you go. Now you got it. Now, if you choose to give one of the players a Bane, the way that's represented is with a bad luck card, like this. And it says, this card may be played against you by the GM at any time for the following effect. Turn a missed hit into against you into a hit. So something like that can happen if you choose Bane.
And
so
we already got a Bane from a certain dead duck.
and who got that Bane again? I forgot who that was.
I think he just put it in the chat. He just said
Banes are general. They are GM's discretion as to who they go to.
So that means I get an instance that I get to play against whoever at any point. So I will take that. All right. So now that we have the rules, let's go through a quick review or a quick what's it called? Recap. So after the events of the Lonely Thrones, which sent our heroes, which were nobles from the kingdom of Stoneheart, across the seas over to a rival kingdom named Nerve, they fought for the throne and through trials that they had to go through, they realized that their purpose wasn't actually to sit on the throne, but rather to protect the person meant to sit on the throne. And sorry, I'm just seeing that we just got a boon for D. So boon,
and one for Harper.
And one for Harper. Y'all are killing me.
Also, right, Alex, that bathroom doesn't lock, so Milan's not safe.
Thank you very much, AJ.
So, here, I'm going to be giving this to you. But anyway, so sorry. They realized they were supposed to protect the one that was sitting on the throne and not sit on the throne themselves. They are the KingsGuard. So now they are still in Nerve, needing to find a way to get back to Stoneheart, or needing to find a way to find the king. And through a decision that Ade made that the rest of the party didn't exactly agree with, they did get word on a ship that was long abandoned, that was fairly powerful, that may be able to take them wherever they want to go. And the name of the ship was the Harsh Verdict. Now, they didn't purchase the information telling them where this ship was. They only got the information that the ship exists. So now the next day passes. Montreal is busy at work, cooking breakfast for the residents of the inn, the family inn, as it's called. And our party has some decisions to make. Thank you again for joining us, and here we go.
Noir, I had a quick question, actually.
I've got a quick answer. I hope they match.
Seeing as Shosha would have spent a couple of hours and then figured out that sleep wasn't going to happen for her, could I have spent the rest of the night studying the map that I received in the Sunken Castle?
Yes, you can. So, go ahead and roll me an arcane. Wow. Go ahead and roll me an arcane check.
I think perhaps I'm going to use that inspiration card.
Which one?
Yeah, well, I only have one right now in my thing, but
let me deal the other one to you because
there's also one in play for Darby now.
Oh my!
Because Milan would like to sleep in a bed tonight.
Okay,
you're lucky. You're cute.
But I would like to get that +5 bonus to my Arcana checks for the next minute.
Okay, so go ahead and roll your Arcana check. And then we add a 5 to it, and that's what you needed. Okay.
Hey, DM.
Yes?
Can I play my inspiration card to draw 2 inspiration cards from the deck?
We'll resolve that after this is over. Okay. So you spend the night looking at the map, and it doesn't really make sense. It's not any landmass that you recognize. And you're watching it, and you see one of the lines start to move a little bit. And then they start to move more. Roll me an intelligence check.
Okay. I think that is the one thing it will not let me roll, so...
Oh, you can. Just hit, go ahead and hit intelligence.
Okay. It is a unnatural 20.
You realize that this is tracking the movement of something or someone, but the map isn't complete. So you realize that you're only seeing a portion of the map.
Okay. Good to know.
All right. I got you your 2 new cards. Let's see. What else do we have going on? Anybody else doing anything during the night, or are we going to start in the morning?
I think Yenna has been sleeping like the dead after the fight that they got into last night, and so is snoring loudly in this tiny room.
Okay.
Did Arabella get any dreams?
Nope.
A day's vibing.
You sleeping or no?
Yeah, he's sleeping.
Okay. And with that, the sun rises, and Shosha, you kind of watch it rise as you realize that you really don't need to sleep. Usually when you see the sunrise, it's kind of the sign that, oh no, I stayed up too long. You feel that fatigue. But there's none of that. It's just another day. And you start to hear the sounds of your party around you rustling. the snores of Yenna are starting to diminish, and now there's more like grunts as Yenna's, reluctantly joining the land of the living again.
Oh, my muscles are sore. I've never actually used them before now that I realize.
Well, did you have
Yes.
fun yesterday, at least?
No, and I left there without any money either.
Ugh.
I got angry. Got thrown off a cliff. I've had a bad day. Had a
How's
bad couple
Yenna's
days.
aura looking?
Roll me a wisdom check.
A wisdom?
Mm-hmm.
Boop.
So you're kind of looking over Yenna, and you focus on her. You focus on them for just a second. Take a breath, and you can see their vitality, and you can see little blotches of red where the muscles hurt. But then you see an overall golden sheen, and you realize that it's just soreness. There's no real pain. There's no real damage.
Gotcha.
A day will walk over to Yenna and sort of look them up and down and go, "Oh yes, you did get the shit kicked out of you, didn't you?"
There's the tooth on the nightstand if someone wants a trophy.
Whose tooth?
Mine. I got thrown off a
That seems
cliff.
a little
I'm not sure if I
macabre.
said that.
You should. Let's just. Arabella's just gonna scoop it into a pouch. Just not that I want it as a trophy, but like it's
Spell components, perhaps.
Yeah, or if we leave it behind, then she's gonna point down spell component.
Arabella, roll me a perception check real quick. I'm so sorry, Shosha. We'll get right back to you.
Perception. Oh, fuck. I don't have. I'm not proficient.
Okay. Nothing happens. What were you saying, Shosha?
I was saying a couple of things. First, while you all were sleeping, I was taking a look at this map that I was given. And it doesn't seem to be complete. And I have a working theory. And we will get back to that. But also, I happen to remember last night that I do actually have a contact in Nerve, a family connection, one could say. So if we wanted to go and visit her and see if she could provide any aid, I trust her enough for that.
Day will just stare at Shosha and say, "So you did not sleep then?"
Apparently not, no.
Uh-huh.
Interesting. I think I also have a contact in Nerve as well. But not necessarily one I'd like to explore.
But back to the map business. Indulge me. Could I see the maps that you all were given?
Certainly. I'll pass over the one that I was given.
Likewise.
Yep.
DM, I would like to try to lay all of them out in a pattern that makes sense if I can.
Roll me an intelligence check, because right now it's all just scribbles, and you know enough to look to see if some of the lines are moving, and they are, but it's nonsensical in the way that they are moving.
Okay.
Can I help?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Intelligence stick. Not a saving throw, you numpty. Why do I open my mouth? Why?
Take that bad luck card.
Why say anything?
Yeah.
Why?
Can I retroactively use my inspiration?
Nope. You have to use it
Cool.
before the
cool,
roll.
cool.
Sorry.
Great.
Um,
Great.
Cool.
Excuse me a
Good.
second.
Great.
Okay.
Amazing. We love it. We love to see it.
That's all.
Okay. All right. So, you're trying to put it together, and it's just kind of lines. No recognizable land masses.
Anyone else want to take a look at these? Because I got nothing.
Well, it was just a theory. I was studying this all night, and I can't make. I mean, the lines are moving. There has to be some kind of a pattern to it. There has to be some kind of a meaning, but I can't find it.
Are the lines moving? How are the lines moving? Are they just kind of tracing a pattern, or are they are they following some paths?
It's what's your everybody give me their passive investigation.
Okay. Hey chat.
Actually,
I just did a quick filter on my voice for limiter because for some reason I'm picking up a lot of background noise. Can you just let me know that it's cool? And it didn't alter my voice too badly. That would be great.
Actually, you know what? You don't have to tell me your passives. I got it right here.
Oh.
Okay, so.
Awesome. Thanks.
So not Arabella.
With a 19?
Oh no! Sorry. I was looking at somebody else. It is going to be Arabella. Arabella, you figure out. It's like they're trying to draw something. The lines are trying to draw something, and they keep restarting.
Are each of the lines doing the exact same thing?
Nope.
On each of our maps?
Nope.
Can I try repositioning the maps?
And a day, you start to realize that your map, it looks like your map is trying to draw landmass. And then you take a look over at Arabella's, and you could swear it's like Arabella's map is trying to draw a body of water. And then you take a look over at Yenna's map, and Yenna's map is trying to write words. And then you take a look at Shosha's map, and you have no idea what it's doing.
I'll relay that to the party. Perhaps there's some type of order that's supposed to be layered in.
Land, body of water, notations for landmarks, and then
Joshua's on top or on bottom?
Whatever this is supposed to be.
I mean,
Can we layer
So
them?
I'll layer them a day, Arabella, Yenna, Shosha.
Put them on top of. Are you putting them on top of each other?
Yep.
and then Yenna's going to cast light on her hand underneath it so that
Yeah.
it's see-through.
Okay. The lines are still trying to start. However, because it's you, I am going to roll a percentile. And
Angel Daddy gonna help?
Because it's
Nope.
me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
And we are going to see if something happens. I can't say any more than that without giving it away. Now, the chance of this happening, I'm going to say 20%. I think that's pretty fair.
Okay.
So, let's get it. And that is a 31%. So it does not happen. You cast light and nothing.
Can I ritual cast identify on these maps?
Sure.
Scoopity doot.
Okay. You know that they're all enchanted with arcane writing that can only be revealed if a condition it has been met. But unfortunately, Identify is unable to tell you what the condition is. In order to find out what the condition is, you would need the spell. You would need a spell, the Strength of Legend Lore.
That's a 5th level spell, right? Legend lore. All right. Okay. Cool.
Nothing I'm capable of.
All right. Well, perhaps we need to go. I can figure. There's a condition to figure out these maps. But
Knock.
I don't like that.
Don't like that at all.
Hello.
Hey. You guys open the door?
Who is it?
It's Darian.
Who?
Oh, Smythe, let him in.
Shosha will go over to the door and open it and stand in it and say, "What do you want?"
You left without getting your money. I just wanted to bring it.
Yeah. What was your cut again?
40%.
Yeah. I assume you already took it out?
Yep, so here's just 60 gold.
Thanks. I got thrown off a cliff for 60 gold.
You got thrown off a cliff for 100 gold. If you won, it would have been 250 gold.
Well, I was very close to winning. I think that's why he threw me off the cliff.
That's not bad. That's, you survived.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile, winning is winning.
I'll take the gold.
Okay, well.
I might be able to get me some better armor.
Goodbye now, and Shosha will close it.
And the door closes right in his face. He's like, oh.
Wait,
Maybe
you don't
just...
have places to buy armor?
Was he the boring one from last night?
Yes.
Okay, I don't feel bad. So, what are we going to do? We could go see my contact in Nerve and not impoverish Arabella's family line. We could make a deal with the woman downstairs. I'm open to
rather not do that.
I would think I would like to go maybe shopping and or go to a library and then see what we can dig up on this ship and some of the other things that we heard about before we make the deal with Ma. Given that she has the guaranteed information, but if we can find something elsewhere that is a lead, I would prefer that.
That would make sense to me.
Good day.
Let's
Do you have
Hey, what
anything
do
to
you
add?
think?
No, I believe the last time I offered an idea, I was almost met with swords, so... You seem like you all have this under control, I'll just follow you.
There is a difference between offering an idea and acting on one without asking the rest of us.
That
Exactly.
is correct. That is very true.
If I recall, you did the latter.
Good point.
Mhm.
Where are we going?
Out. I guess shopping and or library.
The markets of Nerve are very well known.
Granted. Oh wait, did we? Out of character, did we split up the gold, or did Shosha tell it, or were we told about the gold? Shosha has all the gold.
I have no gold.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a day that
day.
has to
They have the gold.
Sure is.
Except for Yenna now has 60 gold.
Well, unless someone is flush on funds, it's gonna be interesting. We should
I mean,
probably.
a day has gold. He
Mhm.
told.
You know?
They told everybody. Yeah.
Oh.
I told you guys.
Well, a day. Would you be willing to part with some of the?
No, I think I'll just act as the party wallet. If you see something you'd like, just let me know.
All right. Then let's. Arabella is going to cast disguise self on herself.
Okay.
To just look like a human. Just very generic looking human.
Okay. Pretty generic. Gotcha.
Does mage armor have a visual cue to the non-trained?
Yes. It does have a glimmer that is about your person. There are advanced methods of having a concealed mage armor, but I would make you roll an intelligence check or a history check to see if you know those methods.
I would love to roll a history check to see if I know those methods.
Gotcha.
Can I also?
Actually, no. It would be an Arcana check.
I would also love to roll that.
All right, so that's just gonna be a DC 20 Arcane check to see if you're able, if you know the method. It will add a. Got it. Nailed it.
Can Arabella do that as well?
Sure.
I am going to use one of my good luck cards. This one, because otherwise it is very useless to me.
Okay.
The psi points or sorcery points.
Yep.
Yeah.
Increase your intelligence increasing your save, but all right. So you're getting advantage on the roll. Dope.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and roll with advantage. All right. So you both know that in order to make your arcane, your mage armor appear transparent, it just needs the added spell component of dust and one tier. One of your tiers.
Okay.
That's it.
Yank an eyelash.
Is there any dust in this room?
No.
Didn't think so. So she keeps a clean in.
What constitutes dust?
Dust. Like.
Because, like, dust can be made of.
Like dead skin, essentially.
Yeah, skin particulates. So if Arabella, like, scratches her arm for a minute, will she get dust?
You could also just go outside and grab some off the ground.
Yeah, pretty much. You can just grab some off the ground.
Okay.
But not in this room is the thing.
Mm-hmm. If we're venturing into the markets of Nerve, is anyone interested in meeting my friend Gwyneth?
Say that again?
If we're venturing into the markets of Nerve, is anyone interested in calling on my friend Gwyneth?
Why not? More hope we can get.
Yes, I don't see.
Back.
Could also just wander the markets and see what we can find. It's, you know how the saying goes. If you can't find it here, it's not worth having.
What do y'all want to do?
Can I, before we take off, expend a 5th level spell slot to activate my spell blade, and then bonus action, drop it back into the hilt and just keep it in a pocket.
Okay.
And then When we go outside, I'm just gonna duck into an alley, grab some dust, pull an eyelash, and cast mage armor.
Okay. So yeah, you guys have your concealed mage armor. One of the things that you do notice is that when you cast mage armor, you do see one of the arches off in the distance just glow white when you do it. And that's it.
What the fuck was that?
You make a history check.
Can I make a history check to know what the fuck that was?
Sure.
I would also be very interested in making a history check on that.
Okay.
Same.
56.
I went to 26. It's Nerve has very progressive magic control. And whenever a spell is cast, there are arches that are designed to react to the weave. And it flashes a color in accordance to whatever school of magic was used. And you know that the arches glow if defensive utility spells are used, and you know that they shoot out a beam to alert guards or just to let people in the area know when an offensive spell is cast. Now, you also know that there is a system in place that lets guards know if a unregistered mage is casting. You all have fake weave passes, which is registration needed for arcane and divine magic. So if you were to cast an offensive spell, it would still shoot the beam up, but it would also let them know that it's being casted by a registered mage. There are other components to this security system, but that's the only information that Nerve lets out to the public.
So do those things just like flicker like all the time, or like how many like magic is pretty common in Nerve?
Magic is pretty common, but magic from casters less so. Most of the time people are just using enchanted items to do their day-to-day things.
Those arches went off when I cast Alarm yesterday and Identify just now.
You couldn't see them. You were inside.
But knowing what I know about the arches, presumably they would have, because they light up whenever utility spells get used.
You would have to cast it and see.
All right. Okay. Well, we'll find out. Cool. All right.
I would like to note that Healy is in snake form.
Noted.
Thank you.
I guess I have a familiar too. She's a bird.
Okie dokie. All
By
right,
the
so
way.
where to?
Yenna's just gonna wander through the gates and see what's going on.
So you guys going to the market district?
Yes.
Would I know where to find Gwyneth in this city?
You would know with the station that Gwyneth holds, you would know that the easiest way to find her would be to go to the Eagle Eye Mansion, which is essentially where all of the elites work, or where they at least have a representative if someone needs to reach them.
Okay.
It works the same way that each of your noble houses has someone in the Iceheart Castle. If they need to reach you, it's the same here for the Eagle Eye Manor. So off to the market district.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna go ahead and have you all. You might want to zoom out. Go ahead and put your tokens wherever you want to go. Well, actually, here, let me do that for you, because I just remembered I'm going to have to resize them.
You're all good?
But, so. Oh, no, I won't have to resize them. Look at that. Look at your boy at work. I put you all in the inner circle next to the next
We're
to
still on the inn.
I'm
page.
still showing the inn.
Yep, of course. Boom, 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 boom. There we go.
Hooray!
You're all in the inner circle next to the statue.
We'll zoom her out.
Mm-hmm.
There's some real Nicopolis looking arches over there.
Mm-hmm. Those are the arches that go off.
Oh, it's a butcher. It's like, why is that table covered in blood? Oh my god, this is so detailed. What the shit?
So there are a number of shops. You point the way, and I'll tell you what happens.
Are there any magic shops?
Don't know. You have to go.
Well, yuck.
Or you would have to ask someone. I mean, there are guards about if you want to ask.
Yes, please.
Now, remind me again, what spell is it are you using to conceal yourself?
Disguise self.
Gotcha.
Hello, mate. Do you tell me if there's a magic shop about?
Yeah. Well, are you looking for, magic weapons, components, magic books, divine magic, arcane magic?
Okay, magic. I'm looking to pick up a few new spells, mate.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, you'll want to hit Barnes and Nobles. And it's nobles. But anyway,
The mystical borders.
and he points you in the direction this way, if you can see the ping.
It's so tiny.
Can
Can you use the draw the?
Absolutely, that's a much
That might
smarter
be-
way. So he goes, yeah, it's just it's right this way.
Thank you, right? Just gonna.
Yenna will just
Wait.
sort of look at the same guard and say, standard armor, that sort of thing. Would you happen to know where that is? Apologies, I don't mean to take up any more of your time.
Oh yeah, you'll want to go to Melodies.
And point me in that direction?
Oh yeah. It's right this way.
Okay. So, do we split up or do we go all as a group?
Oh, we should probably.
That's the question.
Split the party. Split the
Well,
party.
we've got. Well, we don't. We probably want to keep Daddy Moneybags here with us when we're going shopping.
Dave's just following you guys.
Dave's just vibing.
He's just
Well, I don't really have any interest in anything that's in the market per se, so
Do we all mind if we go to magic shop first?
Oh no.
Why
thought that
Noir
worked.
make face? Why Noir make face? Can I make a perception check? What's happening?
No, keep going.
We're gonna go to
It's-
this magic shop first, I guess.
It's up to
Okay.
Yenna.
All right, so here I'll group you all together, and we'll be on our way.
I have a question, DM. Knowing
Yes?
things about Neve and magic things, do magic items need to be registered?
Only specific ones, but you don't know which ones, unfortunately.
Can I roll a history check to see if I do?
That would be yeah. I'll let you do that.
Okay, 19.
A 19, you know that they would have to be our artifact level.
So like big, like bah, like sort of
Oh, so
World
like the
ending.
sword that's currently on Yenna's.
and the sword in Arabella's. Oh no, no.
Oh.
Yeah, like those.
Oh, okay. So just hiding those.
Hooks.
All right,
Shosha's
so I've
staff.
I don't think that's artifact level. No.
no,
I don't think it is. I'm just checking.
no.
Okay.
All right, so I've moved you all over to Barnes and Nobles,
Hello, hello.
and you see an older lady by the name of Agatha. And she just turns around. Welcome to Barnes and Nobles. How can I help you?
I am looking to acquire some new spells for my book.
She gives you the up and down. You've got a passive utility on, and you can see as you walk in, rooms underneath the carpet start to glow, and your mage armor
Shows up.
shimmers a little bit, and there is another shimmer revealing that you have a spell on, but it doesn't break the spell. It just reveals that one's present.
Look at the
Okay. What kind of spells are we looking for?
Would Arabella know that the spells that you said that were like the ones we have to go on quests? Does she know that they exist, or does she have to like find out that they exist?
You know they're specialized magic. It's kind of like it's kind of like even if you suck at math, you know that calculus and trigonometry are a thing. But I'm sure there are other maths other than that I don't know. But I know that there are other maths. So since this is your field of study, I would say that you do know that there are specialized magics that you just haven't been able to get a hand on.
Okay. I was looking to see into. Would I know the names of those specialized magics? Is that?
I'll say yeah.
Okay. I was looking to see if you had any ring spells. Or blood or battle? Maybe an apocalypse?
So you're not gonna find any ring magic really anywhere other than I think last I recall Tome of Rings was in the Apex Library. You see she's going deep in thought. Let me see. And she goes and opens up a big fucking book. And bites her finger, puts it on the book, and you see like that little drop of blood start to fill in her book. All right. Let's see. No. Okay. So, for apocalyptic magic, I've got maybe a scroll or two, but that is really, you'll have to go over to the Bardis Empire, and trust me, you want to stay away from there. You'll have to deal with those people from Stoneheart, but just to the east of that, over in Devonora, they have some practitioners of apocalyptic magic. And go ahead and roll me a history check.
Yep. Also, can I insight check?
You can insight check her. Go, absolutely.
Right, here's history. Fuck! Insight. Fuck!
Insight's not bad.
Insight's not bad.
That means I rolled a 5, though.
you can tell that she is high class and has the look of a soldier about her, and she is very grizzled and bitter at the Bardis Empire, which is where Stoneheart resides. You also do recall in some of the conflicts between Devanora and Stoneheart, Devanora's magics were unsettling, and Stoneheart had to go to some pretty drastic moves to get Devanora to stop trying to invade, and there has been a tense peace ever since. As for the blood magic, she goes, "Oh, right, this." And she just pulls a book. Yeah, that'll be everything that you need to get started. Your basic rituals, your understanding of it. It's the components that'll be the hard part for that.
What
Are you
opponents besides blood?
well for your beginning rituals in blood magic? You're going to need some. I mean, you are studying purely theoretical, not practical.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah.
Okay, well, depending on the strength of the spell, you would need more precious blood, obviously, in order to start. And there's your traditional levels of blood, blood of a loved one, blood of an innocent, that sort of thing. Well, again, this is all theoretical, nothing practical.
No, Arabella definitely made a face at blood of an innocent, like.
But in order to access that type of magic, you'll have to go through the rituals, of course. And so, as for this book, this will be $450. 450 gold.
Okay. Rings. So Rings wasn't here. There's some apocalyptic.
And
what about?
Oh, the
battle?
rings, right? Of course. Rings you'll find at the Apex Library in Baronhold.
Where's Baronhold?
Just north of here.
We've
The
heard
place
of
where the
Baronhold.
fight to the death pits.
Yeah, they are rather barbaric, but
Okay. What about
a correction. She goes not to the north of here, but to the west, to the northwest of here.
Okay. Battle magic?
Battle magic, you would do well to speak to Melody.
Okay.
We were about to head there anyways.
Yeah. Do you happen to have a scroll for the spell Legend Lore?
Legend lore. Let me see. Legend lore. Oh, that's quite a doozy of a spell. Do I have Legend lore? Not on hand, but if you give me a day, I can craft the scroll of it myself. It would be 1,500 gold pieces.
Does Arabella
Noir, remind me how much gold was in the bottom of the
2,500.
chest? Okay,
Uh-huh.
gotcha. My notes were right. I need to learn to trust myself.
Okay. Arabella's gonna eye the party really quick, just like, I don't think we need it. I don't think we need it. I don't need it.
I'm abstaining from participating in this decision.
Oh my god. Dave's doing that thing. Where someone gets yelled and they're like, I guess I just won't speak again.
Oh my. Oh my. And you see her get up and look over to Yenna. My. Might I touch your sword?
Why?
Can I hold it?
Can't. It's quite. Yenna will just grab the sword and sort of hold it out.
Can I?
Pass it over.
She Video disappeared.
Yeah, sorry. I was working on getting that fixed.
Sorry.
We're back.
All right. She puts it on the table. Only 3 of these were ever forged. All from the same wing of the same solar. Oh, this is exactly what I needed.
Yariel. Nothing.
Oh, Yariel. No, not that angel. Amos would be the name of the angel who shed their wings for these 3 swords.
What do you mean? This is exactly what I needed? I'm inside checking her.
It still is my sword.
Of course. I would.
Now,
I.
If this is something that you need,
Yes.
and there is something that we need, particular that scroll, then perhaps some sort of more amenable deal could be made.
Shosha will get up on her tiptoes and tap Yenna on the shoulder. Yenna.
Yes.
And I'm here.
Lead them.
Perhaps if the sword is that valuable, we shouldn't trade it for a
Oh,
common
I'm not
sword.
talking about trading. I'm talking about allowing access to the weapon for a certain amount of time.
I
for
need
perhaps a
everybody to make me a perception check right now.
Absolutely.
Wait, I want to insight checker. Can I have insight check?
Okay, what are you trying? What's the insight check
why
for?
the like she paused and I'm like, why do you need the sword? Is she about to take this sword? I just want to make sure she's not about to like dimension door out of here.
You know a few things. You know, one, looking around this bookshop, there are things here that are old and valuable, and that this is her shop and she would never leave it. The hesitation was she is being cautious about what
she's saying.
She is saying.
Okay.
But it doesn't seem to be detrimental to you. Now the perception check,
it's 20.
20. Now I need to roll for her. Damn.
6.
I
hate everything.
You see, she's standing like this as Yenna and Shosha are talking.
What's she doing?
Like, is casting a spell?
I wouldn't do that if I were you, actually.
I'm going to grab the sword.
The sword starts to glow, and her eyes go white.
Oh, no.
Oh, whatever she just did. As she was casting.
Okay, I would like to cast, if I can, Far Step. I assume that I'm, I don't know, like 20. I would like to appear in front of her face.
Okay.
Grab the hilt of the sword and say, I would.
Yenna already has it. It wasn't that far from.
Okay. Still doing it.
Yenna has it. It's still glowing.
What is she? What did she just cast? What is she doing?
Go ahead and roll me an Arcana check.
What the shit
I
is
just want
happening?
the chat to know that a day is standing behind everyone else closest to the door. Just the happiest smile that you've ever. Just arms crossed, just like, yeah, this is going great, isn't it?
I hate everything! Yeah!
Would I be able to make an Arcana check?
Absolutely.
Would I be able to make an Arcana check?
I'm
I'll
not
let
very
you,
well
why not?
trained. But I rolled the same
Right.
thing as Arabella with a
Natural 20!
good luck card, please.
You put 2 and 2 together. I don't have the scroll here, but if you give me a day,
She's
Oh, she's casting
Legend
Legend Lore.
Yeah. That's what
and you're like,
It's rude to do things like that without asking permission, you know.
her eyes are still white.
Oh, she's still reading information.
She's getting the information.
Yeah, no, I would take that back if I were you.
It's too late. The spell's been cast.
I would still take it back. Were I?
And you see, like, as she starts to cough, smoke was emanating from her.
Need water? You looking a little toasty there.
Okay. 2 of them.
2 of them?
Hold on to that. It's valuable. And she just goes to start drinking.
Just
Sorry, I couldn't
she-
help myself.
The waking chorus.
pretty loud, huh?
Ooh.
You said 2 of them.
Huh? Oh, hells, I used your weapon as a focus without permission. Why not? I'll trade you a story. Long ago, in the old world, as the stories go, there was a song that put the world to sleep, and long before that, the gods agreed here in Nervae by the first tree to let their creation live amongst themselves, free of the tyranny and control and pettiness of divine beings. You're familiar? Oh, well,
The first tree. Yenna would know about the first tree.
Well, in the Third Age, during the Great War in the East, when all manners of creatures fought for dominance, the gods wanted to put an end to it, but there's no way past their pact. They put up a gateway, a door that only all of the gods in unison could open, or only a mortal with the key could open. Amist gave 3 such keys to humanity, and in the beginning, in the Great War in the East, 1 such key was used and destroyed. And the gods walked the earth until they agreed no longer. And the door's been closed again with the great song. And should the gods ever need to walk the earth again, there are now but 2 keys. And, well, according to the spell, you hold 1.
News to me. He could have been more forthcoming with the information.
Lucky.
Well, this was fun. Are you gonna buy anything? I gave you a story.
Yes. Well, how much was it for that scroll again that you need?
1,400. And for the blood rituals book, it's 450 gold.
How much would Arabella's gonna take out her Wand of the War Mage +1? How much would this be worth?
Let's see here. What do we have? Wand of the War Mage. Well, this is cute. Not bad craftsmanship. Not bad at all. I can give you 100 gold for it.
I have 144 gold. Let me do some math. 100 gold. So I'd need 350 for the blood book. Would everyone be okay with me spending that money?
How much of a discount, considering that you have just cast magic upon apparently a very valuable artifact that one of my friends here has? The story was nice, but you still did that without permission.
Has that weapon been registered? I don't think it has been. In fact, I've seen that it hasn't been when I did my spell. I've seen that weapon's entire history. So the discount is that I don't tell the council.
I can give you 300 in the wand.
And where will the 50 gold come from?
I'm trying to haggle! That is Darby saying that, not Arabella.
I know that's why he didn't respond.
Yeah. That is Darby trying to haggle. Can I roll a persuasion check to try and
I
convince
think
her?
400 gold should be more than enough considering what's transpired here today. Don't you? I am trying to persuade her.
Oh, okay. I'll let you both roll. Either both of you could roll or one of you can roll with advantage.
Joshi gets advantage.
Give it to the charisma caster.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I will roll with advantage, sure. Oh, wait. Advantage is just for the first one, right?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, so don't you get 2 good luck cards because she just rolled 2 natural 20s?
Yes, and you also need a bad luck card from earlier checks because your Arcana was a natural 1, her Arcana was a natural 20.
Oh, that's right.
Correct.
On Roll20 has like built-in advantage, so when you see it split into 2 different segments like this.
Gotcha. Okay, so the second one doesn't matter. It's the first one, and I rolled a natural 20 with advantage.
Correct.
Okay. So let me give you your good luck card. Here you go. Okay.
Two good luck cards, right? I rolled 2 natural 20s.
Yeah.
Oh, right. The Arcana check. Here's your second one. She says 25, and that's as far as I'll go. 425.
Everybody will look at a day.
Oh, is that my cue? I'll give the woman 325 gold.
I'll pass over the wand.
Thank you very much. Lovely doing business with you, as always.
My pleasure, honestly. I'll be back. This was
Got that?
fantastic.
Oh, Arabella knows in the book already. Just.
All right. So,
We need to go to Melodies.
Mm-hmm.
yep, you're
Josha
going
will
to
give her a very toothless smile.
Let me take you all over to Melodies.
Well, that was certainly educational.
It was
Yeah.
Oh,
something, all
did you
right.
learn a lot in there?
Arabella's just in the book, just reading it.
It will take you 4 days to learn a first level spell. It will take you 8 days to learn a second level spell, and so on and so forth.
12 for a third.
And once you hit the 4th day, you will have to do a quest. You will have to do let me know when we hit the 4th day, and I will tell you what the requirements are.
What if do I have to learn in a progression of first to third? Or can I jump straight to a...
You can jump straight, but there may be consequences.
Okay, we're going in order, kiddos.
Okay. I mean, because naturally the way to learn something is you learn the fundamentals and then you go on and advance. But if you just want to try and jump into the deep end, just say what's up. You're all over here now. I don't know if you can see the thing. Okay.
I've already scrolled over on the map.
You walk into Melodies and you see a halfling just sharpening swords, just minding her own business, and she sees you all. Hello and welcome to Melodies. I am Melody. I have all the finest means of ending lives here. Is there a particular way that you would like to see a life ended? If it doesn't exist, I can craft it, and if I can't craft it, I could probably find a man who has it and kill it and take it from him.
No life ended, but I would like my life preserved. Armor, not armament.
You're looking to stay alive. Okay, well, let's have a look at you then. She just beckons you forward.
Yeah, no, step forward.
A little stout. She starts to take a tape measure out. Starts to kind of give you the once over.
Measure all 6'2" of Vienna.
Yeah, she gets her step stool. And okay. Let me have a look at them shoulders. A little weak for my taste, but okay. Well,
she's got a 17th strength, dude.
I said a little weak for my taste. So,
out of character. That wasn't Yetta.
So you want what you need or what you can afford?
Well, we'll say what I need, and then we'll work backwards from there to what I can afford.
Well, likes of you, plate might bowl you on over, but you might need it. You don't look that limber to me. So having you lumber ahead and taking a hit might do you well.
Not
but
very
someone...
dexterous.
Yeah, well, you don't need to tell me. I can take a look at you. Those knees look like they're wobbling as soon as you walked in here.
Just getting red for filth in here. God.
I'm so sorry. That's who she is.
Okay, you're good. Go for it.
She goes, Splint might be more your style. Little strips of metal, keep it protected. She takes out a little banging hammer and just kind of gives you a slight whack on the knees.
Good.
Yeah, well. All right. Splint. You find yourself in a situation where death is coming for you when you don't expect it?
Potentially.
You need to get dressed quick, or you got all the time in the world before death comes to you?
prefer to get dressed quick, I suppose.
That'll cost you.
What are we talking?
Well, let's see here. Person your size. Splint armor. Make it cast off so you can put it on and take it off real quick. I'm figuring I can make something special for you, about 3,500 gold.
Bit too rich for my blood, I'm afraid.
Sorry, you might say that.
Like I said, we would go with what I need and then we would work backwards.
Well then, let's see here. You know what? I was wrong. I can make that for you for about 550 gold.
550, you say?
Splint armor, make you cast off, get you in and out of it. 30 seconds flat.
Normally it would take about an hour to don the armor, about 10 minutes to doff it. It's definitely a lot easier that way. Party wallet.
If I may ask, why the dramatic change in price?
That is actually a very good question.
Roll an insight check.
Okay.
Yenna would also like to roll.
Natural 1.
Arabella would also like to roll insight check.
Yenna rolled a 25 on the insight check, please.
Arabella rolled a 29.
You can take your bad luck card, Noir.
I already took it. You can tell that she noticed something about you. And you can tell that she's looking at your eyes more than she was before. Before she was just looking at your build, and now she's looking at your eyes. And she's like, I think I can work something for you.
We got a boon in chat.
Squid Dude. Who is it for?
Who?
You have to name a character or a player. For Harps. Harps get us another good luck card.
I already handed it off to you.
An interesting decrease in the cost of the armor. Going to make eye contact. Stop rolling ones.
She goes, I'll be straight with you. I was charging you the price that it costs to have my splint armor. You could tell that she says that with like, there is pride and like reputation.
Yes.
To what she's doing. But she goes, but in all actuality, it only cost me about 250 gold to make this. So I'm giving you a little bit more than wholesale price.
That's very generous.
Well,
party wallet. Would that be acceptable?
PW.
Oh, it's not up to me. Do you want the money or not?
I'll add what I can from the meager pot I have, but yes.
All right. I will hand the woman 490 gold.
she goes, you gave me 40 gold too much. $450. That's all.
Thank
And
you.
she gives you back the 40.
Nope.
About when would we be able to pick it up? A custom job like this would take time.
You see, she looks at you and she goes, "You're not from here, are you?"
No, very obviously.
I can see that. And she takes her hammer and she hits the table, and you see the two razors here begin to light up. But she hits it again, and the wood in the table cracks, and you can see that there's already bubbling metal under it.
Sick as shit.
Then she hits the liquid metal, and it splashes in the air, and then begins to form the shape of armor. Then she hits the armor as it's floating in the sky, and then it starts to crack and form into very brilliant and beautiful looking armor. She hits it again, and she just keeps hitting with this same mallet, and it's forming more and more into an intricate and beautiful piece. And you see that in the centerpiece of the armor, a very familiar figure is being engraved into the armor. A bird's head, a wolf's head, a bear's head, and you recognize that Yariel, an image of Yariel is being engraved in the armor out of silver and gold. And she just blows on the mallet. And she goes, do you? And then she flicks her wrist, and you see the armor go. And it is now in the shape of a scabbard. And she hands it to you, and she goes, "You should really hide that thing."
Thank you.
And she goes,
I'll tap the sigil, the symbol on the armor, and be like, "He really didn't give me anything that could do that."
"He's right, asshole, I know. But my favor's been paid off. When you need it to wear, just say his name, and when you need it to hold the sword, say it again."
I don't know any of your work to judge it by, but this is among some of the finest that I've seen, if not the finest that I've seen, and I thank you for it.
I have been crafting all my life to learn how to make this piece. My debt is paid. It's a fine work. All I ask is that you tell people when they ask who made it, Melody of Nerve,
They will
the
know.
composer of death. Thank you.
Well, Maestro.
Maestro.
Yep.
Brava.
Maestro. Brava. Do you happen to have any battle magic related books or scrolls? Was it battle magic? I forget.
Yeah, you said battle magic.
Yenna will
She
sheath
goes-
the sword and place it on the scabbard.
She goes, "Gods, I can't remember when I wrote that thing."
When you wrote that thing! Ah! Oh, Arabella's like, you wrote a book of magic?
Battle magic. Something of the creator of it.
Aren't you glad we came here?
Arabella's like, nope. Like, her spell book is out. Like, just like the papers. She's just like,
Also, just pause for a second. Welcome in, Raiders from Chromatic Chimera. It's good to see you all.
Hey, Chromatic Chimera Piece, what's good? We live. All right. She goes, "Oh, you're one of these god awful."
no, listen. I think it's incredibly fascinating that you create an entire school of magic. And
All right, what do you want? What do you want me to sign?
sign?
Autograph, right?
No. I want to learn. I mean, it's cool and everything, but an autograph. But I was hoping to perhaps learn, and who better to learn from than the creator herself?
Okay. And you see, she goes, and the desk reforms, and you can still hear the bubbling metal as it reforms. And she goes,
Hardcore.
"All right, here. This ought to do it. This ought to be what I'm looking for. Yep, perfect." And she hands you a dagger.
Okay.
As soon as you go to touch the dagger, go ahead and tell me what is on Arabella's mind
What is on Arabella's mind?
right now.
Oh God. Why am I being handed a dagger?
And the dagger hits the floor. Go ahead, pass me that dagger. If you pass me that dagger, I'll tell you whatever you want to know.
Okay. Interesting. She'll reach and try and grab the dagger.
What are you thinking?
I want to understand how this dagger works. On the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Arabella's gonna clear her mind, try to think of nothing, and try and pick up the dagger. How does it work?
Are we done?
No. I mean, you all can go. I'm gonna be here for a while.
Can I make an Arcana check to see what's going on with this dagger?
Sure.
And before I make my roll, thank you. I believe that this one is from AJ. I will play this inspiration card.
All right, and your inspiration card says gain advantage on your next D20 roll, increase your AC by 3 until the end of your current turn. So go ahead, you roll with advantage.
Okay, an 18.
Without touching without like firsthand understanding like what this dagger is doing, it literally looks like Arabella keeps trying to grab the dagger and missing.
Huh.
Like in Arabella's head, she's grabbing the dagger and it just falls out of her hand. But you've been watching, and when Melody handed her the dagger, Arabella went to grab it, and it looked like this.
Can Arabella make an Arcana check?
And every time she tries to grab the dagger, it's just like she can't get herself to touch it.
I have a really odd idea. Arabella, this might not work. This might not be anything. Maybe try closing your eyes.
Okay. Close her eyes and try and pick up the dagger.
What are you thinking?
I want to pick up this dagger. Can Arabella make an Arcana check?
Sure.
18.
The dagger wants something. Or you don't want the dagger.
mean, Arabella's gonna be here for a while. Like, like Arabella wants this.
And you just see Melody kind of looking at this, and she goes, "It's always so strange how complicated this is for people when it's the simplest thing in the world."
Arabella's gonna try and pick it up again.
What are you thinking?
Pleased?
She goes, "Now that one right there," and she points to a day. "You probably could do it."
Ade, do you want to try?
A day will stare at the dagger and look at Melody and go, "I've questioned my worth recently. I think I'm good on another check."
Well, if you're not going to buy anything else, I do have to ask you to leave my shop.
I'm not allowed to keep trying to pick up the dagger till I can learn.
No, unfortunately, this is a business and I do need to make money. I can charge you a gold every attempt.
Could I sell you some items?
What do you have that I might want?
I had a rapier. I have leather armor and a dagger.
Leather armor and a dagger.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about them.
Well, this leather armor was given to me by my tutor.
What's your tutor's name?
Several.
Elvish in nature, I'm guessing? Is that the Elvish name?
Indeed.
So why are you willing to sell me the armor given to you by Several?
Because I am in need of something to protect him. And I do not think that holding on to sentimentality is going to help me do it.
Is that so? Okay. Well, let's take a look at this then. There is almost an air of disappointment coming from her. It's like, all right, looking here. Pretty fine armor, I'd say. Actually, I'd say really fine armor, though it looked like they cared more about the decorative nature than the practical nature of it. Let's see, what can I give you for this? I can give you 2 gold.
Sounds good. 2 gold?
Mm-hmm.
Is that more or less than the value of leather armor?
Less.
Much less.
It's a down, yeah. No, you're understanding correctly. She's throwing shade. That was indeed a cloud that just passed overhead. Yeah, it did. I did darken for a second. Yeah.
Pretty sure this is Then perhaps I'll hold on to sentimentality a little longer.
It's good to know that armor handed down to you by your mentor is more than 2 gold.
Well, my mentor's life is worth more to me than 2 gold. My mentor's life is worth standing here in this shop for however long it takes for me to pick up this dagger so I can learn. Arabella will give her gold and try to pick up the dagger again.
Okay. What are you thinking?
I'm gonna kick Mirabelle's ass. Just.
You bump the dagger.
Can I grab? Am I holding it?
No, you just bump it. But it's closer than you've gotten.
Okay. I'll put another gold on the table.
All right.
I want to win my fights. And I will
Okay.
do anything it takes to get it. Drops.
You don't even touch it. It's just
Can I telepathically ask Yenna if there's any more shopping that she wanted to handle?
This is all it. This is just her at this point.
I'll also ask Shosha the same question with my detect thoughts.
I will allow a day in.
Ding dong.
Knock knock.
Like a Zoom queue.
Oh, I didn't have any shopping to do.
I'll hand Yenna the gold. What's left of the gold. And let her know that you and Shosha can... if you both would like to leave, I can stay with her.
I suppose.
Only if you'd like to.
I mean... Shosha, would you care to accompany me on a scroll to the bazaar?
Certainly.
We'll go for a wander.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Be back.
Where would you both like to go?
Are there like any open air sort of stalls kind of thing?
Stalls.
Or is it
What
all
do you
just like enclosed shops?
It's pretty much all enclosed shops. You do know that there's a second level to the market district if you wanted to check that out.
Shosha will follow Yenna's lead.
Are there any like there's signs outside the storefronts though, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna give them a glance and see what there is, and then just do some window shopping.
Okay, so as you two, and let me group you. Oop, and I oop.
Oh,
As you two start coming out, the first store that you see is the Grove.
does it look like an herbalism kind of shop?
So there isn't a door as much as there is a portal, and on the inside of the portal, it looks like it's a portal to a forest.
Interesting. I have no particular place to be. Would you like to?
Nor do I. I am curious, though, if we're taking a stroll. Who is this Yariel that's been mentioned now a couple of times?
You have, and she'll tap. Formerly, before the castle, I had a voice that would speak to me in my dreams. Called himself Yariel for a time. Still speaks every now and then, but I feel like his protection is... the connection is different than what it was before.
Different how?
I made a promise. I don't think that my power comes as a gift anymore from him. I think it comes from the promise I made.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You do seem changed a bit,
Yeah.
aside from the obvious.
Yeah. There's a few things that feel different. My power seems to come from a promise. The sword is now, instead of the dream singer, it's now the waking chorus. It seems the castle took a lot, I think, from all of us and changed all of us, me most of all. And I'm still trying to learn about what exactly that means or how deep the change goes. I know I'm not the person my father sent away. But I don't know. I need to find out who I am outside the promise I made and the obligations I hold. Until that happens, I suppose I'll walk with you all for a while.
Well, perhaps I can help with that.
Would
You're
be interesting.
Yenna. From what I've seen of you, you're a very competent fighter. You don't scare easily. You have a surprisingly good sense of humor for one who doesn't tell jokes very often.
Used to not speak often either.
I recall. It was less than a week ago we were taking a stroll through a different market.
Wasn't it? Yenna will walk into the grove.
Shosha will follow.
There you see a elven woman sitting on the stump of a dead tree. And to her left is a giant toad who's just bathing in a tiny pond. She goes, "Welcome to the grove. How can I help you? What is it you seek?"
Well, I was mostly just window shopping and it seemed this place drew me to it.
Well, that's good. Are there any items that one might need for rituals, divinations, poisons, medicines?
Hearing poison, I'll just look at Shosha.
Poisons, you say?
Oh yes, I am the foremost expert on poisons in all of Nerve.
Fascinating. Lovely to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
I'm somewhat schooled in the art of poison making. I would love to see what you have.
Well, the best place to start is to ask about what it is that you are trying to poison.
Oh, my work is mostly theoretical.
Understood. Well, in that case, and you see, she looks over to her toad, and the toad goes and goes into the pond, and comes back with a satchel. And the satchel, she takes the satchel and opens it, and it rolls out, and there are just vials and vials, in all different liquids, all different, viscosity.
I'll take a look at them. Do I recognize anything?
Roll me a nature check.
Can I do it at advantage because I'm a poisoner?
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Hey. I would like to use my other inspiration card. Thank you, Squid.
Usually have to use the card beforehand, but I'll let you.
Not with this one, I don't.
Oh,
because it allows me to immediately re-roll a d20 roll that I just made and gain advantage on my next one. I get both because I have to choose two. I do have to lose 1d8 of life.
Okay.
So I get to re-roll this d20 and I get advantage on my next roll.
Cool.
Slightly better. Okay. Also, I have to lose a d8 of life.
Yep. And the reason why is you touch the last vial, and as you go to reach for it, she goes, no, and you touch it in immediately. And here's the thing. You have resistance to poison.
I have immunity to poison.
You have immunity to poison. And still, you feel that it's poison that just hurt you.
What is the nature of this bottle? I'm very curious.
She looks at you. That's from me. That's my blood.
I'm intrigued.
At this point, roll me a charisma check.
I get advantage on this.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
It happened before. You were just outside of the sunken castle, and you began to see the world through eyes that weren't your own. And you see through those eyes again. And you see you're tired. You just got done fighting. And a soft hand reaches down to help you up. And you look up and you see elven women in dark green robes, all wielding daggers, bleeding black blood. And the one that helped you up is sitting across from you right now, sitting on a stump.
Do you know?
That's where we're gonna go to break, actually.
Oh
I was just like, ooh, like actually. So we're gonna go to break and we'll pick up on this. Let's give us a good 10-15 minutes. No, let's just give us 10 minutes and we'll be right back to see if Arabelle ever picks up that dagger and what is Grandpapa Sisterai doing hanging out with this old elf lady. We'll find out.
Be right back.
Hey. Just about to go for my nightly nipple scratch. All right, so let's get right back to where we left off. Let's actually have the camera pan back to Melody's weapon shop, where we have a dagger on the floor and Arabella continuously trying to grab it. And so Arabella, what you doing?
Giving another gold to try and pick up the dagger.
And you're keeping track of your how much gold you're spending, right? All right.
Yep. Which is attempt number 3, correct?
You said you're keeping track of
Well, this is attempt number 3 after she started charging, or after I started paying.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. It's either 3 or 4. I'm trying to pull the group. Anyways, so I'm going to
what are you thinking?
And think of Sivril and how I want to protect him and my family.
Roll me a charisma check.
$16.
But you hear,
I'll pass another gold.
Okay.
Arabella, can I ask you a question?
Yes?
What exactly do you fight for? Just in general.
It's a good question. See if
What's the answer?
An answer that Arabella cannot say out loud. Did I just pass a gold for this attempt? Okay.
Yep, so go ahead.
Arabella's going to bend down,
Mm-hmm.
try and grab it, and think about the oath she swore. And yes, the oath she swore. God, this is fucking hot. Ah! Did it nothing?
A day is going to give Melody a gold coin and attempt to pick up the dagger.
Oh, all right.
And a day is thinking of Anati and of his traveling mates and of the Zukos.
When you think of Anati, tell me more about that.
He just thinks of the daggers that he's trained her with to protect herself, and the last thing that he said to her, which was, you're to kill any intruders, in a joking manner, because she is... The defended always become the defenders.
So you reach down, and right before you go for the dagger, well, what do you want?
I want to be a shield, not a sword.
You might do.
I will try and pick up the dagger.
You try, but you you try, but you can't move. You're stuck in this moment.
Is there a particular reason you're stopping me?
Seems rather rude, don't you think?
may I wield you?
Okay. But you could say hello first.
Good afternoon. My name is Ade Zalarius Zuko. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
And I am Ariel. Pleasure to make yours. You reach down.
Arabella, have I ever told you about my daughter?
May have mentioned her once or twice.
I know that the three of you have had many responsibilities unfairly placed on you by people much older and irresponsible than you yourselves. But everything I do, everything, I take into account my people who I lead. Currently, not that I will lead. I take into account the people who live under my rule that I cannot defend because I am not there. I take into account my 8-year-old daughter who probably talks too much like her father. I don't do anything for no reason. To protect the people we care about, sometimes we have to put them in harm's way. We all left our homes. I left mine particularly undefended because it's what had to be done. There wasn't another choice.
And who did you take into account yesterday?
I always take into account everyone.
Didn't really seem like it yesterday.
It might not always seem like it, but then again, my actions are my own. I did what I thought was best.
You're used to acting alone.
That is completely incorrect.
Really? Because what happened yesterday seems more like the decision of someone not quite thinking the way they used to. And you made a decision when it's all of us supposed to be making these decisions. We're not one leading the other, we're together walking forward. What happened today shouldn't have happened.
I don't know exactly what you're both working out here.
Mm-hmm.
I frankly I don't care. What I can tell you is this much. Whatever it is that you're both working out, it has nothing to do with why he was able to grab the dagger. It's a lot simpler than that.
I know, probably. This conversation probably needed to happen anyways. Can I try again? I mean, Adae's holding the dagger, so...
Yes, you can try again, and if a day wants to, if that's your name, lad, if the day wants to learn battle magic, then I suppose I can teach him a thing or two. But you still have to pick it up.
I'll extend the hand that's holding the dagger blade side and extend the handle to Arabella and say, what is the limits of what you would do for those you want to protect?
Nothing.
That's the problem. Her name is Ariel, by the way.
Nice to meet you. I will try and take the dagger again.
You reach for it and you stop. Is it really nice to meet me?
I don't know. But you're...
You kept reaching for me. And I don't think that I was ever anything more to you than a test to get what you wanted. Is that still what I am?
No.
Why should I believe you?
All I can do is learn. That's all I've been able to do, really. And willing to learn that way I view things might not be the best. You have a name.
I do. Ariel. All I've been able to do is sit in a wooden box in Melody's desk.
What do you want to do?
Now that is a question. What do I want to do? I want to live again. I want to cut. I want to be in a story.
Well, I think I can give you an interesting one.
But you didn't come for me. You came for battle magic.
I think you're far more interesting than battle magic.
As long as you will me, you will never be able to learn battle magic.
So be it. Want to tell a story?
I do. And with that, you just see Melody sitting at her desk. And then she goes, oh, you do learn rather fast. Okay. Well, you want to leave with Ariel. My very first creation.
I think she also might want to take a trip.
Oh, I know she does. But if you see Melody kind of slap her cast. Not built the way it used to be. So, tell you what. I think I can find where I put that battle magic book. You can learn all sorts of things. And you see her rummage at her desk. There's just like this tome. And she pushes it forward.
Am I holding Ariel right now?
Mm-hmm.
can tell interesting stories. I thank you for your time, but perhaps if I wasn't able to complete your test, I've completed Ariel's.
Second you leave the shop, she's all yours. But she'll need to learn again.
And what does she need to learn? To cut?
Well, you're not leaving with her as she is. What you're seeing is what she could be. See, she's still bound to me, but the second she's bound to you, it starts all over.
Will she grow exactly the same?
More or less.
One of the first things that I was taught, Arabella, is that sometimes the best way to learn is to teach.
Well, maybe it's time to become a teacher.
Okay. She goes, well, that one's on the house then. As long as you make sure to port me an update on her stories. I want to know what she's done, who she's killed, what she's seen. Inspire me. I keep making the same stale shite, except for except for that armor, which that's been in the old noggin for Lord knows how long. Wasn't even my idea, to be quite honest.
Well, then, I hope to deliver.
All right, well.
Do you know the spell Sending? Or familiar with it?
Not the kind of magic that I do.
You may receive a message from me at some point in your mind.
Of course. Yes. I don't personally know how to do it, but I'm very familiar with the spell. Let's see. Actually, I've got you one better. Where did I put that bloody thing? Here we go. And she takes a polished stone. She goes, there you go. And flips it to you.
Catch it.
And you can see that the rune that's on the stone is the same that's on her armor. And she just goes, can you hear me? And you hear it coming out of the stone. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, yeah. Just give me a little update and it'll be good to go.
Sounds good. Well, thank you for your time, Melody.
No problem. Make sure you take care of her. She has sentimental value to me.
You can give me 2 gold. I'll give you 2 gold for her.
She laughs. It scoots you along. Gone get. Now, the camera peers over and the fog leaves your eyes, Sosha. And you see the same woman that reached out to give you a hand in the vision is sitting in front of you, watching you.
And how did you know my great grandfather?
You live long enough. You end up meeting a lot of people's great grandfathers.
Not to exaggerate, but mine was of certain importance.
Everybody thinks that they are, until they aren't anymore.
I would like to think to my ring. Is there anything you would say to her?
There is, for the first time, a stutter. Usually the words are clear and confident and direct, but no.
He doesn't seem to want to say anything to you.
Well, whoever he is, I don't imagine that's such a pity. But it's okay. Sometimes silence is best.
Do you recognize the name Solus?
I think I've met at least 265 Soluses.
Any who bore this ring?
Just one. Clever man. Were you interested in my wares?
I'm still quite interested in this particular concoction.
Right. That is the blood of a Viridian maiden. Me.
And for how much could I purchase a vial of your blood?
5,000 gold pieces.
What if I offered something in exchange?
It would depend on what you're offering.
The blood of a Viridian maiden for the blood of a maiden of the House of Struris. You may have heard, but we don't bleed easily.
Sisterus. And you see, she kind of just sits in deep contemplation. Why do I know those words?
First, last,
Of course.
eternal.
I believe I trained one that works with the house. Or one of my daughters did, at least.
Are you at all familiar with Elsie?
Ha! That's the one.
Well, she taught
Very
me
fa-
everything I know.
Very fast learner. A little too fast. But very smart. Were she born at a different time, she too may have become a Viridian maiden.
Do I know what the Viridian Maidens are, Dungeon Master?
Roll me a history check with disadvantage.
Cool.
Womp.
20.
20. Being the student of poison that you are, you have heard fables of the Viridian Maidens, but you heard stories like a drop of their blood could kill a dragon. But it's also like dragons don't exist, so that can't be true.
Well,
she's as Viridian Maidens are as fantastical to you as dragons are.
May I ask your name? I apologize.
Kala?
1 moment.
What are you doing during all of this yet?
I am inspecting the toad. We're having a staring contest. It's very interesting.
Roll me a nature check.
Okay.
He's totally hiding something.
Fucking.
Is this a riveting
I
eye staring
hate-
contest?
I hate you so much.
Well, you gave me this nice dagger named Ariel.
Is it a nice dagger?
Who knows? What did you
What
say? That roll was?
Nature. You're
A
gonna make
nature
a
check?
nature check. Mhm.
Oh god, I'm not very good at nature checks, but here we go. It's a 7.
It's just like as you're having this staring contest, it flicks its tongue out. It just like beams you right in the head.
Gonna make a dexterity check to try and catch it.
Absolutely, go for it.
Here we go. 15?
You catch it. What? Like you just hear it. And
I'll let it go.
you see the elf woman just kind of look over and chuckle. And you let it go and it snaps back and the toad rolls backwards a few times into the water. And there's like bubbles in the water. My name is Kels.
Hello, Kels. I'm Shosha.
And now I've met a Shosha.
Just one?
In my life, I have met only 3 Shoshas.
Well, Kels, I would like you to meet someone.
And who would that be?
Healy, if you would please. And I
Mother?
would like to signal for Healy to assume her dragon form.
Okay, mother. And then just little wings. She goes, huh. Wow. So they return. Well. I will show you the creature that I have that sleeps. And you look back and you see the portal to Nervay. Are you familiar with the Titans?
Am I familiar with the Titans?
Roll me a history check.
And Yenna also roll a history check.
Yeah, go for it.
13.
Nothing.
15.
There long ago used to be primordial monstrosities that protected Gloria. But that's about all you know. And she walks over to the pond and grabs her toad, kisses it, and a gust of wind lifts it up into the air. And she sends it back. And then you just see the toad becomes the size of the castle Stoneheart. In the first stage, there were titans that walked Gloria. Those who were wise enough and kind enough to commune with Gloria were able to communicate with these creatures, to bond with them. Such bonding no longer exists, as Gloria doesn't talk as often as she used to.
Yenna's just gonna look at the toad that is now a primordial.
And you can tell it's me, Buggy. You like, what about now?
As someone who literally just spoke to Gloria.
I hold remains of the ages past here in my grove. It is why I refuse to move. And so the world built around me, I get to see it pass. I am glad to see that the things that are lost are becoming found again, Shosha. You and your friend here may just make things interesting again. Come down now, Poe. And you see, it is groaning the whole time.
He's so
It
upset.
And then it just hops back over to her.
I'll give the toad a scratch. Oh.
And it flicks you in the head again.
I get it, buddy. Oh my god, we just got a raid. Hi, everybody.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, everybody!
Welcome in, Raiders from Madame Gandalf. Hi.
You shall not pass.
Well, Arabella didn't pass that test, but she did pass another one.
So Kels looks at you and you have the smell of someone that is going to change things. That's good. Can I interest you in any of my wares?
I will offer again. I have no gold in my pockets. I am a penniless noble. And I will gladly exchange blood for blood. I'm sure that a woman of your abilities could do something with mine. I am attempting to persuade her.
Go ahead. Go for it.
Okay. Okay.
She takes a hard look at you. And she goes, I've learned not to want. But if I may, I have a confession. Thank you for the wait, Ray P. Geek.
Hi, Jenny.
I have a confession. There is one thing I would like very much to grow. But I don't know that the world has soil that can grow it any longer. All I would use your blood for is to grow it. But I don't know if the soil is ready.
And what would you grow?
Another maiden.
Yenna thinks back to a dream she had at the very beginning of the campaign. Do I recognize
She-
the area that Yariel was speaking about?
Be more specific.
Good soil here was the dream, and he was tilling the land outside of a small cabin.
Roll me an intelligence check.
Oh god, you're asking Yenna, the Thembo, to roll an
Mhm.
intelligence check.
Thembo.
I got a +1. Let's try it, baby. 11.
You can tell that he was referencing sort of what she's referencing. And what she wants is what she is too old to really show any excitement about anything, but the only thing that makes her eyes light up a little bit is seeing things that were long forgotten come back. Like seeing Healy, that lightened her up a bit. And she's looking at Shosha as though she wants to try something, but is uncertain. But you see Kels get up slowly. Okay. Well, we shall test the soil. And she walks over to Shosha. May I? And she puts a hand like right above your shoulder.
Go ahead.
She puts her hands on your shoulder and bows your head down a little bit and gives you just a peck on the forehead. And, you see where that kiss was, black veins start to spread in Shosha's face. Give me a Constitution save. You feel burning, a burning the likes of which you have never felt before. And the last thing you hear before your vision goes black is, not ready yet.
I'm going to run over to Shosha, and I'm going to dump 5 points of lay on hands in order to neutralize the poison.
It's rejected. And like as you put your hand lights up gold, and then it flashes back green, and you get knocked back on your ass about 5 feet. And Kells walks over to you and gives you a hand up. And she goes, "Your friend will live. She'll wake up tomorrow."
I have a question, DM.
Mm-hmm.
Can I use one of my advantage cards?
Absolutely.
I don't know if it's too late for it to take effect or not.
Fuck it. Let's roll with it.
I would like to succeed on a skill check. Is it a skill check or saving throw, actually?
It's a savings throw.
So never mind, I don't do that.
And in fact, I am going to
Use one of
when
your
you
bad
get
luck
knocked-
cards.
when you get knocked on your ass, you hear
What broke?
you take a look at the waking course and you see that the green that flashed ever so slightly cracked your blade.
I can squeeze me!
What?
I mean, the lady keeps a Titan as a familiar, y'all.
That's fair.
Is this that shocking?
No, just what?
Can't do anything. I'm unconscious.
And I'm gonna have to carry you back to the rest of the party.
Do I have 0 hit points right now?
No, you oh no, yeah, you definitely have 0 hit points.
But I'm not making death saves, am I?
Nope.
Stable.
Cool.
In fact, for all intents and purposes, you are dead. But she this lady told don't worry, she'll be fine by tomorrow. But there's no pulse, there's no breathing, there's no nothing. You were just.
So fucking with
I'm going to
Shosha.
inspect the sword and look at the crack.
Can't say anything. I'm unconscious.
Don't think a simple mendix will fix that.
So what are you gonna do now? Because Kels is just sitting back on her stomp, rolling up the poisons and putting them back.
Perhaps we'll return when she's ready.
That would be nice.
I'll pick up Shosha and I'll carry her out to the rest of the group.
Okay. Let camera cuts back
Is there
Yeah.
any way that Healy could turn back into a snake?
Oh yeah, Healy could do that of his own volition.
Cool.
He would know too. Like don't be in public without. Yeah, so that's fine. We cut back to the weapon to Melody shopping just as Ade and Arabelle are walking out. You see a flash of green come from the portal of a shop next to you, and in a few moments you see Yida carrying the lifeless body of Shosha.
Okay, so can I make a medicine check?
Mm-hmm.
Just to see if if I need to stabilize or if I just
Go ahead.
need to do, because I also have
Well, I mean, you Kel's explained everything to you pretty
Yeah.
much. That this is it's just a side effect of a weakened version of the Viridian Maiden's blood.
mhm.
It puts someone in a state close to death, or it kills them temporarily. They'll come back revitalized tomorrow.
She'll get
hurting.
better.
Yeah, she'll wake up tomorrow.
Okay. On the off chance, I'm just going to do spare the dying.
Oh, she also instructs you, do not heal.
Do not heal? Okay.
Do not heal. Oh, no.
She tells you the poison of the Viridian Maiden is directly
Rejects
she tells
any
you
healing magic.
the purpose of our poison is to kill things that are supposedly unkillable, and the reasons that most things are unkillable is because they have the capacity to rejuvenate themselves, or they have the means to have someone do it for them. Any life you pour into her body will be taken from you.
There's a little deer girl in another world that is just shivering right now.
Oh no, yeah. Also,
Is it the
real
same
quick,
world?
I'm sorry to break tension real quick, but Noir, just based on your description of the death will wear off tomorrow, I'm just imagining that this is now a black woman and she's take some Robitussin in the morning. Oh, you think power word kill? Put some tussin on it. Yeah.
Kells is so old she doesn't understand the magnitude of things anymore. So it's just you just saw your best friend drop dead and she's just it's fine. Don't worry about it.
It'll be okay. Thank you for that.
Ade will rush over to Yenna and say, "So what happened?"
A trial was undertaken unsuccessfully.
Can I insight check Yenna?
You
Ow.
absolutely can. Yenna is telling you the truth as best as they know it.
What's Shosha's aura looking like right now?
That's actually a really good point. As someone who is connected to...
Roll a wisdom check. You can't really tell.
What's the point of having this?
22, it's a natural 20, please.
Woo! And a good luck card.
Shosha is dead.
Oh yeah. This is
So there
what I've
is
been
no
told.
aura, I'm assuming.
Yes. She's dead, but apparently will get better. So we should probably find a place to sleep until tomorrow. That's not this.
Shosha, roll me a charisma save.
Okay, you're just fucking with me now.
It's fucking
Come
the
on,
Shosha
baby.
day.
Plus 10. 23.
Okay. So, as you're all having this conversation, you see off in the distance, there's someone approaching you with 2 guards on their side.
Nope. Whoop. Oh shit. Fuck. Crap. Poo.
What do you do?
Do they look pissed?
I don't know, I'm dead.
Do they look angry or are they like?
Ade will approach.
They
the
look
guards.
like they just have somebody that's clearing the crowd away from them. The closer they get to you, the finer dressed you can see that they are.
Are they looking at us? Or they?
Yeah.
And a day is...
In fact, they're moving faster towards you both, towards all of you now.
Arabella is still it's still been an hour. Like Arabella still looks like okay. She's
Ade's going to walk toward the person.
She's gonna keep a hand in her pocket. That's what I felt.
Excuse me. What? He sees she's this small woman with dark hair, pale skin, and black lipstick, fine black dress with embroidery of green and gold, and long silk gloves. What?
Yes.
Sees them, and you see the guards are they put their weapons at Ade, Yenna, and Arabelle.
I am not fighting. I can't. I'm holding an unconscious Shosha.
You're holding a corpse.
Not unconscious, dead.
I'm holding a dead corpse of Shosha.
What exactly is the reason for this?
If my eyes certainly can't be deceiving me, are you holding the limp body of Shosha Sisturis?
She will be
Indeed.
better by
Is
morning, unfortunately.
And how did she come to be in this state, I wonder?
Was not I. I'll
I
point at
just
the
got
grove.
here.
She had a conversation
With the frog.
with the woman.
There's no woman in the grove.
Oh, okay. She's a fool. Ade will present his hands to be cuffed. Like, oh, there's no point in talking to you. You don't know what the fuck's going on. Gotcha.
Healing magic won't work on her. She'll be fine in the morning, though.
Of course, healing magic won't work
Healing
on her.
magic
She's a corpse. Come on, chop chop.
I'm only telling you what I was told.
Guards, and you see one of the guards comes and takes Shosha. And there's two more that come and they begin to cuff. Who am I? Am Lady Daltrix, Gwyneth Daltrix. And you're carrying the limp body of a very dear friend of mine.
And a very dear friend of mine as well.
Is that right?
You must not know her that well. Shosha doesn't have dear friends. You're an acquaintance at best, but we've heard of you. If you insist on handling this like this, I'm not going to start an...
Get her to our best healers.
Don't
Healing
heal
won't
her!
work you. It won't work on her. Wait until morning, and then...
Revive her no matter the cost.
It's gonna hurt! Oh, boy! That is not Arabella, it's Darby. Screaming.
Okay, I have a thing that I can potentially do. Do I have this? Do I have this spell currently? Yes, I do have this. I am going to cast, if I may, I'm going to cast Zone of Truth. And I'm going to purposefully fail my save.
Only you would know who fails, or...
No, as soon as you go to cast, there's two meaty hands on your arms, like we. And then she goes, "What are you attempting to cast?"
A spell that would compel me to tell the truth.
She bites her finger, begins to write runes in the sky, and the blood stays in the air. And then you hear the sound of broken glass. Everybody make a wisdom save, or you can choose to fail.
I will choose to fail.
Choose to fail as well.
Sure. Am I cuffed at the moment?
Yes.
Were cuffs put on me? Mm-hmm. Did she see my Shisturis ring when she cuffed me?
They have not noticed, no.
Okay. I'll let the spell succeed, yeah.
Oh, Raid. Hi.
Hey.
Welcome. Raids. Welcome in, Musselhausen.
She goes, all right. Now that you're compelled to tell the truth, and I know that you've been made susceptible to this spell, let's begin. Where are you from?
Stoneheart.
And you? She looks at Ade.
I am from the mountains of Zuaka in Stoneheart.
And you? She looks at Arabelle. Can't hear you.
You're good.
Certainly not from around here.
I'm going to give you one more try.
Stoneheart.
Funny. We haven't had any notification of new Stoneheart inhabitants. Are you here legally?
No. If we were here legally, you would have had notification of new Stoneheart inhabitants. While you're asking questions you know the answer to.
Instead of asking the one that's important, she will live.
Did you kill
I did not.
Shosha?
No.
I will show the ring and say, obviously not. We're traveling with her. There are 4 people from Stoneheart standing in this square. You think it's coincidence that one of us is dead and the other are here to, what, discard the body in Nervay?
As
Come
I'm
on.
currently walking through a crowded marketplace holding a corpse. This was not a very good... What would you think I would have to gain from this? Obviously, I would have been arrested on the spot.
Do you have weave passes?
Yes.
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 Who gave them to you?
I don't remember
We weren't
his
asked.
name.
We were not.
If his name is Claude.
His name was Claude. We were
Now,
not
if you
asked.
choose to give her that information, that's up to you.
Arabelle's not saying anything. Jay is running his mouth.
I'm just going to say that you're leaving the most important questions out. I did not kill Shosha. Everything that I've told you is true. We were in the grove. There was a woman there. She touched Shosha. The poison coursed through her veins. She gave me instructions not to heal her.
And go into the grove and apprehend anyone that you find there other than the toad. You see our men go.
You can
into the
tell that
grove.
I have failed this, that I am susceptible to this magic. You can tell that I am telling the truth. What would I have to gain by lying?
But not hurt Shosha.
Why did Stoneheart send you?
For Gloria.
With the king.
King?
Of Gloria.
King of Gloria.
Yes.
Well, I was sent to die.
Yes.
Me too.
Search them and take it. Search them and take anything of interest.
A day will look at the woman and say, Gwyneth, if you attempt to heal her, and that means that she does not come back, we will have a problem.
I am not in fear of Shosha's life because I have the best healers on command in my employ, and they can pull her back to life with a single strand of
I
hair.
am telling you that it will not work. No healing magic will work on her until the next dawn.
So long as you heard what I said, you can do whatever you like.
And they start searching you.
Yep.
They take.
Oh, I just have a sword hilt. Just
They take the sword hilt.
They take the waking
then-
chorus.
take it.
They take the waking course.
It's just a hilt.
Lady Dexter, they all have papers with scribbles on them. And
Are they searching Shosha?
no, they're not. It's certain. But you can see that they have the maps. And I need to roll a percentile.
Is that the
Oh
20%?
my
do
fucking
I need
God!
do we need to change the camera angle?
Let's check on it! I am going to... Show the camera! God!
Okay.
Do it!
I'm so...
Just do it!
15.
That's
15.
That's a 15% there. So what happens is they take the paper and they roughed you all up a little bit as they handcuffed you.
Arabelle's gonna shed it. Wait, did they take Ariel?
Yeah. And they cut you just a little bit a day as they were handcuffing you, and you see just a splash of the blood. And then the papers begin to slowly meld together.
It was blood. I should have cut my hand, god damn it!
And you see a map.
Shosha's map isn't in there if they didn't search her.
I know. There's just a map.
Oh,
I go,
you've actually done something useful.
I've never
And
seen that before.
Ade will just like, I should like surrounded by guards. Ade's just gonna like crane his neck to read the map.
Yeah, Arabella's taking a peek too. That's
and
new.
so they are going to take you all to the brig, to the little prison that they have here.
Am I gonna get my stuff back?
And can I, with all the talking that I've been doing, very truthfully, try at least a persuasion check to make sure that, like, she doesn't try to heal Shosha until the next dawn?
Oh, you can tell that she fully intends to do at least a raise dead spell on Shosha.
Before we are put into a cell and she walks away, I will just repeat to her, like, Gwyneth, if she's not alive because of something you attempt to do, we're going to have a problem.
Is she a sisteress? The person in front of us? She's not from sister.
She introduced herself as Lady Gwyneth Daltrey.
But she's wearing sister.
Correct?
Soulless.
All right. Well, here we go.
All right, we're going to jail. What happens when Arabella's disguised self fades?
So, you're all in prison, and sun's going down, and Shosha, you take a deep breath in, and you see sitting across from you Solus, and you are in a hall filled with members all wearing the same ring.
What happened?
Well, it appears that you died.
I'm dead?
Yes.
No. No, I still have things to do.
Of course. People tend to have things to do when they die.
How do I leave? Solus, I can't be dead.
Well,
you know that I can't be dead. You know I have things to do.
I am aware. But here you are.
But
in the great hall where you will come when you die, and you are here, and so you are dead.
But the king, my brother, Ade, Yenna, Arabella.
These are names and these are people.
They need me.
And they will need you tomorrow and the day after. Death doesn't care.
You stopped it. You still communicate with the world. You communicate with me.
And when the time comes for the next in our line to walk this path, you will talk to them as I talk to you.
No. No, because I'm going to find a way out of here.
It doesn't work that way.
I look around the hall. Are there any doors?
Just other protectors.
How big is this hall?
Infinite. There is an amazing buffet of food and drink, and you hear the rabbles of countless souls telling countless stories.
I look at Solus. I don't care what you think I'm getting out of here one way or another. The mortal world's not done with me yet.
I did not wish this for you. It is not by my machinations that you are here.
And it won't be yours that help me leave, will it?
What is this bond between you and I? How would you quantify it?
You're a mentor, a teacher, a family member.
He puts his hands on your shoulder. I am these things to you, and I am more. I am glad to see you. I am not glad to see you here. And if you are here, then here's where you will stay until the force greater than either you or I pulls you back. But that is not something that happens easily, and sometimes it is something that does not hurt. Usually it is something that never happens at all.
No. And I am going to turn my back on Solus, and I am going to start searching for a way out.
As you turn, you can see the slightest creep of a smile on his face. And you look and look and look, and you see nothing but dead men and women. Until you see a golden flash. And you start to hear a voice. And it's murmured and it sounds like it's off in the distance. Everything we try, it doesn't work.
I want to try to follow that voice. If I can hear it, I'm following it.
No cost too great. Get it done.
Hello? Hello, can anyone hear me? Are you there?
She's dead. Nothing short of a resurrection. Then resurrect her.
Shosha is sprinting toward this voice in this flash.
You hear divine words of power. An old ritual. And every dead spirit that you see in this hall stands and silently turns, all looking at you. Give me a charisma saving throw.
Okay. 16.
You know what happens if this ritual is finished. A life will be taken. And with the spirit and the power of every guardian that passed before you, you feel the strength to say one word to the living. What do you say?
Stop.
We see the camera shift and the lifeless body of Shosha is on the table. There is a beleaguered and wounded cleric who has been thrashed upon the walls. You see indents in the walls as this person has been flung after trying spell after spell to bring Shosha back to the living. And finally, under the command of Lady Dextry, they're trying the biggest spell they know, and they begin to say the old divine words of power that invoke the strength from the gods themselves to restore even the most broken bodies to life. And just before the ritual can finish, a deep bellowing "Stop!" escapes the lifeless body of Shosha. A gust of wind ushers out from the body. The candles all go out, and the arches of Nerve are dimmed for the very first time since their creation. Shosha, make me a constitution check.
Check or save?
Save.
7.
I'll actually no. Make that a check. Sorry. I know why, and if I were you, I'd play it.
Yep. I should succeed on a skill check.
There is a whisper in your ear. One from a voice that you've never heard in your head. And it says, maybe the soil isn't so far off after all. Your nails are now permanently black. We shift over to the prison where Yenna, Arabelle, and Aday are locked up for murder. And there's just 2 guards sitting there watching. And then all the lights go out.
Can I cast Pass Without a Trace and move toward the door?
Absolutely, yeah.
But we can still cast spells in here?
Well, my Pass Without a Trace
hold
is racial, if that has
Yeah, you need your components unless it's a racial spell.
What if they don't require components?
then you can cast it. Keep in mind, though, you do not have a weave pass on your person.
Nope, but I don't have my spellbook either, do I?
Nope.
Well, prestidigitation doesn't require.
I'd also like to use my good luck card
Mm-hmm.
and give myself advantage on the stealth check.
Okay.
So I have advantage in +10. That makes that a 30.
Okay. Nobody. It's dark and they don't see you at all.
I would, once I get to the bars, I want to make an echo on the other side of them and teleport to it, so that I move outside of the bars.
So slick. They're none the wiser.
A day doesn't want to break stride, just for flavor, because I'm dramatic.
Arabella and Yenna just watching this. Just
are you watching it? I got a 30
I don't
on
know.
myself.
I don't know that you saw it. Look,
Yeah.
What's your passive?
Oh, not that high. 13.
Not that.
Y'all just hear shuffling in the dark.
Not even. Just quiet.
I want to go to wherever room that I saw them take Shosha.
Shosha is not. You didn't see where they took Shosha. Shosha's not in the prison.
I mean, listen. If we're jailbreaking, Arabella can get out.
Yenna can't.
You do
I can
see.
take you with me.
You do see the chest where they put all your stuff.
Mm.
Do I see the keys?
It's not locked.
Oh, okay. No, not to the chest, to the cell.
Oh, to the cell? No, it's on the guard's person.
Okay, I'll grab my Great Maul and Castanea and the Waking Chorus.
Mm-hmm.
How much of our shit did they take?
All of it.
They took everything.
They took everything.
Day, you should grab everything.
I mean, grab everything and do what with it?
I got my see in the dark goggles in there, and my spell books.
You guys can't communicate to each other.
No.
I would grab Castanea, the Waking Chorus, walk back to the cell.
Mm-hmm. With the two guards.
I want to say, can you catch in the dark? I'll say that out loud in front of the cell.
You hear one guy go, "Bleh!"
And I will throw Castanea and the Waking Chorus into the cell, action surge, and make an attack on both of them.
Okay, we're rolling initiative. Let's do this, baby!
Oh my god!
I can't believe we're fucking doing this. Let me get our boys. Why
My spells don't require components.
There we go.
All of them.
I mean, your swords may require components, but you have a sword that has a 5th level spell slot, channel through the hilt, and you can slice stuff.
Also, it can count as my spellcasting focus. So I don't need shit if I have it.
All right, there we go. All right, so we are going to roll initiative. I'm gonna get rid of the social there.
Oh, are we sort of in a thing right now? Are we in a barracks right now?
Yeah,
top right hand corner.
Right, gotcha. Cool.
I thought those were cells.
Let me move over the map so that we are in the right place. So the people can see what's happening.
Hey, look whose shop is right next to you.
All right. So it is time
to die.
That's all right.
see, what is their initiative? Oh, this is gonna be cake for you guys. I hate this. I hate this for me.
11. Come on.
I got a 12.
Same. You want to go
Are
first?
you kidding me in the balls right now?
I got ones. Please.
Jesus Christ!
Hey, if the
All
Dungeon
right,
Master rolls a 1, do we get good luck cards?
no. All right,
Ew.
so look, your GM is struggling right now. Cut up some
Hashtag
slack.
Noir rolls.
Oh,
Type it
fuck
in the chat,
you.
everyone. You can do it live.
No,
Can do
No.
it live.
no.
I
right,
saw the
so-
rules that were happening during Kids on Bikes today. You'd think the RNG would be kind to you, but you'd be wrong.
I'm
Well,
dead.
and-
I'll say noir rolls.
What the fuck else could happen to me?
What more can he do to me? He already killed me.
If there's
Hey,
anything I
you
know
were
about
the
war,
one that was trying to gin up a deal with an ancient elf lady. Like, let's trade blood. She's like, okay.
So
Here you go.
does Yenna go first? Is that the deal?
It's up to it's. Oh well, yeah. Since he tossed it over, no. It's a day first because
Okay.
he action surged.
Okay.
Um.
And it's got to get a surprise round.
Mm-hmm. So
Oh.
go ahead and roll your attack. This is gonna be over. I shouldn't even really be doing this much work.
that's the one on the left. Whoops, not helmet telepathy. That's the one on the right. So 16 for the left one and 20 for the right one.
Okay, so the 16, you bring Zembeka down with the 16, and they like they're on it. They just block with their shield, buckle down, and then you bring them all down again with the 20, and it bites into his shoulder, and you can hear. Go ahead and roll your damage.
16.
Yikes-a-roni.
And then can I say something to him?
Absolutely.
I will make myself glow in the dark because I'm an Earth Genasi and I want the cracks of lava to glow, showing basically just the eyes and like a frame of the face, and say, "You are in my way."
Okay. He is shitting himself. Go ahead and roll me a intimidation check. If you break 20, that will get you an inspiration.
5. I rolled a 6.
Okay. So he's shaking himself, but not that badly. After that, we move over to Yenna. Yenna, you got your sword, but again, it is only doing half damage because it has been cracked.
Yep.
And you're still locked up. What are you
Okay.
doing?
Can I see them?
Do you have dark vision?
That's a good question. Do I have dark
I
vision?
believe you do. Yeah, you're an ASMR. Yeah, you do.
Okay. Well, then, if I can see one of them, I would like them to make a dexterity saving throw, please. As I cast Sacred Flame.
Look. They got a 16.
My spell save DC is a 17.
Okay. Which one are you attacking?
So it's going to be the one that a day just smushed.
That's great. That's awesome.
So that's 14 radiant damage.
So what does that look like?
Does it look non-lethal?
No, but I can spare the dying. If I get out of the cell. Some flames just sort of descend from the heavens, which is weird because we're in an enclosed space, and just strike the dude.
Yikes! That's gonna bring us to Arabelle.
Noir, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Because of being a blade singer, it says I am allowed to cast I have an extra attack, and furthermore, I can cast a cantrip in place of that second attack. Do I have to use the cantrip? Can I use the cantrip first? Or
Yeah, you can do whatever order.
Even if it's not a damaging cantrip?
I'll allow it.
Okay. There were sconces, right? There were torches.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to cast Prestidigitation and light a
Okay.
torch.
Okay, you're just lighting one?
Just enough to see.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna pick up my sword. Can I stab one of them through the bars? Am I close enough to do that?
No.
No? Then I will bonus action. Which one is a bonus action? It's so hard to see on this. I'm getting used to
Did
this.
the guard that I hit drop?
Nope.
No? Okay.
Good.
All right,
Well,
so what else are we
so
doing?
I'm gonna bonus action Misty Step out of the cell.
Okay.
And then I do. I want to like whack the one that a day hit. I am trying to. Can I try to non-lethally hit him? I just want to knock him unconscious.
Sure.
Sick. I put a 5th level spell slot into. $17.
Miss.
Oh,
So you go to stab it again. This guy turns, sees you coming, blocks with the shield, and yells to his companion. The archers, they should have gone off by now.
Should have.
Should have.
And that's all I did it. That's all, folks.
All right, that's going to make it this knight's turn, and he is going to attack at a day. That is going to be a 12.
nope.
And then on the second attack, that is a 1.
No.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Making sure.
Ooh, are you aware that a 1 won't hit?
Oh, I should have actually chosen battle. One second.
What?
Oh, nothing. Producer things. Don't worry about it.
You lose your grip mid-swing, and your weapon goes flying 1d4 plus 1 times 5 feet away in the direction of your target. Make a ranged attack roll against the nearest creature other than the target in that direction. So he's targeting you, and so he's just gonna fucking throw his sword out the goddamn. So
And I want a day as he's like taking this half step toward me trying to swing. I want a day to literally glower at him. Just this in the dark, this pulsing red, what looks like lava flow in front of him.
Okay, so his sword is out of the jail. And that's gonna be his turn. This guy is gonna come and attack you, Arabelle.
Okay. Arabella.
Arabella, sorry. 15. All right, 20.
Yeah. That will hit.
Don't
Oh
hit.
wait. What's no? Yeah, that'll definitely hit. My AC's a 14. You numpty. Fucking read.
All right, 13 on the first attack.
Okay.
And all right, and that's a 20. A nat 20.
A nat 20. I'm going to use my reaction to use the spell Avoid Grievous Injury. It is just a normal hit.
Cool.
Fuck that shit.
All right, and that is 13.
Okay, so I take 26.
So he just.
When can I use my good luck cards?
Whenever.
Can I use this one right now?
Let's.
I get to choose 2.
That's an inspiration card, but yeah, you can.
Can I do 2d6 damage to him and then recover 2d6 health?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I get to create any story reasons why that happens.
Ariel's suddenly in her pocket, just like, I want to cut.
No.
Awful. Cool.
So, we cut back to Shosha. You are in the Great Hall, and you have just said the one word with the voice of all of your ancestors.
Yep.
You are now watching this battle play out. You see your friends. You see that they're fighting. You are going to be the one that deals that damage. You have to tell me how you do it from the other side.
What does the card say again?
2d6 necrotic.
I don't want to deal that damage.
Teach me how to say goodbye.
I don't want to deal that damage. Oh, okay.
We can Eldritch Blast.
Is this the same person who has been attacking a day?
No, the other one.
this is
The other-
this is another one.
Has this one attacked any one of my party members?
Just Arabella.
Arabella, okay. You know how Yuan-Ti blood is green? I would like for this guy's mouth to suddenly be filled with green blood. And he takes damage as he chokes on it just a little bit. And assumedly some spills out of his mouth.
And that is exactly what you see after he cuts you, Arabella. So,
Are you okay?
what did you do?
I didn't do anything! I
No,
healed 2d6, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm. And now it's a day's turn. Let me move the marker.
Let me roll 2d6.
A day is going
Heal 8 points.
to make an echo in
Mm-hmm.
front of, well, let's call it this one because it can move a little bit. And a day is going to say, "Gentlemen, I have somewhere I need to be. Do you really want to keep doing this?"
The guard that's beaten up just kind of looks at you, holds onto his shield, and goes, "I could do this all day."
I knew it!
No, you really can't. And I'll make 3 attacks on him.
Oh, shit.
I am not trying to kill this man, but he needs to get the fuck out of my way, though. He does need to move. Well, if you wanted to be on a stretcher, you made that choice.
Call an ambulance.
19,
But not for me!
24, and another 16. Ew, that's 16.
All right, so the 16 misses, but the 2 before that hit. And just to be clear, are you hitting this gentleman or this gentleman?
I am hitting this one, so my
Okay.
echo would have to spend some of its movement to step forward.
Okay.
But so this is, I am not trying to kill this. It's non-lethal.
Uh-huh.
That's 35.
17 to 8. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you knock him out. You knock him out flat. He just crumples.
Bless you.
Then I will turn to face the other one and say, "Are we done?"
Do you even know what happens after you walk out that door?
I will use my movement to move in front of him.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
No, I'm just getting the great ball ready. Like, okay, all right.
Yenna, it is your turn.
I would like that man to make me a dexterity saving throw. Because it's all I can do from in here. I can't get out.
He rolled a 16 again.
That is
8.
8 points of radiant damage. Not as good as the first time.
Oh, and did we ever do the 2d6 this guy took?
No.
No. I did the 2d6 to heal.
Okay. All right, I'll do the 2d6 on him. Oh, that's 4. That's 6, so he takes 10 plus 8, so 18. All right, he's had better days. Okay, so he gets hit with this radiant light. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
That is all I can really do. I don't have any bonus actions. And I can't necessarily throw smite on that, and I don't want to.
All right. Well, that's going to bring us over to Arabella.
I would like to blade sing. I'm not getting hit again. Fuck
Okay.
that. No. Oh my god, I forgot I had shield. It's been a while. Yeah, I would like to blade sing.
Yeah, it's been
So my
since like
AC
January since we've played these characters.
God, yeah. So my AC is now at 22.
Okay.
Right, because 17 plus 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. Whoa! How hurt does this guy look?
Pretty hurt. He's not bloodied yet, though.
Okay. I would like to. Are you still okay with me casting? This is a damaging cantrip. Casting a cantrip first and then weapon.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go for it.
I would like to cast Sapping Sting. How the fuck do I? Yeah.
Okay.
They must succeed on a con saving throw, or take 1d4 necrotic damage and fall prone. Or
He rolled a 19 on his con save.
great. Then that sucks. Then I will just. And that really rankles my cankles, and I'm just gonna hit him again.
Okay, go for it.
You stinky. 29.
Okay.
Okay. 13 damage. I'm trying to not kill him. I'm trying to knock him unconscious.
So I'm playing a bad luck card against you?
Do you mean it the other way around? Because turning a miss into a hit against me.
Oh, balls.
Not the other way around.
Yep. I misread that card. Alrighty, never mind.
I presumed. Well, now we know he has that one.
Yep. Alright, instead whoops, I pulled the wrong card out. That's what I meant. So go ahead, and what's your minimum damage?
It's a D10 plus 7, so 8.
So 8 damage. Alright, so he'll take the 8. What else we got?
That's it. I used my bonus action and my action, so I'm just gonna. Do you yield? Yes, he yields. Yes, he yields.
It is now his turn, and you can just see he braces against his shield and goes, "I will not fall."
Okay.
Actually, he can attack and then do that. So he is going to attack once, and he's going to swing at you.
Alright.
A 21.
Nope, my AC is a 22. There it is.
So we're going to alrighty. Jesus Christ. 15 damage.
I would like to use Song of Defense.
Mhm.
I'm going to expend a spell slot using my reaction to reduce that damage to me by an amount equal to 5 times that spell slot. So I'm going to expend a second level spell slot and avoid 10 of that damage and take 5.
Dup.
Cool! Squishy Wizard finally reading her goddamn spells!
Alrighty. And that is gonna that's gonna end his turn.
What constitutes bloodied?
He's well bloodied now.
What
Oh, half your HP.
Okay, I am barely above bloodied. I dropped to bloodied and then came back.
Oh, and for those of you with a passive perception higher than 15, you notice that the candles are starting to, like the flames are beginning to try and flicker and relight.
Are they relighting?
They're starting to. So, that's gonna make it a day's turn.
I will look at the guard and say, if it's any consolation, you are an excellent guard. Is this a door?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, a day leaves.
Yeah, I'm still in jail!
You're still there?
Yeah.
Arabella's still. Arabella has not left. What are you talking about? We don't even know where Shosha is. I'm gonna start trying to find Shosha.
Yenna's
Okay,
still
well-
in the cell.
Arabella is 5 feet away from you. Why are you saying this like I left you in Guantanamo
Hey
Bay?
DM, I'm sorry, I'm breaking the dead wall here. Can I still see the fight that's happening?
Yes.
Do I see a day leave?
You see a day trying to leave, but this door is locked.
Is this a door to out? Is there any way to tell if this is a door to outside or a door?
Yeah,
to
you
where there are
can
other
you can see
doors?
through the bars that this is to outside.
Okay, and I know that she was not even brought into this place with us. Correct.
Correct.
Then I will try and break down the door.
Okay, go ahead and make me a strength check.
Dope.
From out here, though, you can see that the arches are starting to glow subtly as well. They're trying to get back started again.
Natural 20. Things are in my way. Things are in my way, and things need to stop being in my way. And I don't understand why no one else is like picking up on that. Move. I'm trying to get somewhere. The fuck out of the way. Jesus.
The door, you effortlessly just. You make it.
Does that other guard start shitting himself now, finally?
Well, one of the guards is knocked all the way the fuck out.
Yeah, there's another one.
And the other one is still behind the shield, trying to contain the situation as best he can.
And I'm assuming that was my action.
Yes.
And as a bonus action, I want to dispel this echo and create another one that's like, let's say there with the sole purpose of we're looking in windows and doors and trying to find Shosha.
Okay.
I don't even think Shosha's in this area. Shosha's probably back in that lady's house.
Yeah, well, I'm going to that lady's house then, as soon as I figure that out.
So you're looking around and you see a spa. But yeah, there's no signs of Shosha.
Okay.
All right, next we have Yetta. That'll be a 19. Okay. Actually, roll me a religion check to see if you even can cast that spell. Uh, 15? Yeah, that's enough. You noticed before it was easier, but now it's like something is suppressing you.
Noir, I have messaged you something.
I'm taking a look.
As a dexterity saving throw, Noir made it, and then a 15. I know, I'm muted for stream. But now I'm not.
All right. I got you, Harper. Just you'll know when.
That's all I can do.
Okay.
I guess I can. I guess I can run to the thing and try and smack through the bars with the sword. But that's
you already used your spell this turn.
Yeah, it's a cantrip. That's it. That's all I can do.
So, all right, that's gonna bring us to Arabella.
Is there a key on the other guard?
Yes.
Can I pick up the key and unlock the door?
You can try to, but you're in combat with another person right now, so he would get an attack of opportunity.
I'm not okay, even though I'm not leaving his space. Okay, I'm still gonna try it.
Okie dokie. Sure. All right. You've got an obstruction in the way, though. You have a slashing weapon. If it were, I'll let you even then. But yeah, I'll let you try it at disadvantage. Yeah. Go ahead, roll at disadvantage. Yeah, that's not gonna. You just kind of like the blade of Waking Course is almost too big to go through. Like you're jangling it. It's just not happening. For him, he rolled 18 on 23.
In that case, I would like to use my reaction to use Defensive Duelist.
Didn't you use your reaction already?
It is my turn. So it refreshes on my turn, doesn't it?
That's true. Okay.
So, no.
Okay. Yeah, so he goes, you're reaching for the thing and he goes to slam his sword down and you're barely able to get out of the way. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Can I unlock the door?
Like, you're still in combat with this guy. You like grabbing the keys while you're in combat is one thing. That's gonna require a whole nother action to while in combat.
Okay. So
Put a key in a hole and open it.
So I have a bonus action?
Yeah, no, that's a full. Tossing the keys as a bonus action I can let slide, but opening the door, no way.
Here you go, Yana.
Okay. Roll me a dexterity check.
Which one?
You.
Okay.
It's just to make sure the key doesn't hit the bar.
10. So at least drop close to Yenna.
And yeah, it's dropped. So you can reach across out of the bar and grab it, but that's gonna take you an action as well. Okay. Now we are on the knight, and he is going to attack one more time. That's a miss. That's 8 plus 5. And one more time, and that is a nat 20.
I've used my reaction. Okay.
Okay. Oh, not a great roll. Sorry. So that's just 20 damage.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. And that is the end of the last round. You see the candle. It is lit now.
Okay.
All right, and you hear the guard go, finally. It is now a day's turn.
I am looking for Shosha.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a. Well, actually, no. Harper, roll me a charisma check.
Okay.
Please, for the love of God, dice.
I am going to use my other good luck card. I'm
Okay.
gonna add 1d6 to this.
Okay.
How do I roll in d20 again? It's just roll
/R space.
Also, if you the little drop down menu on the
Mhm.
left where you can click the cursor, you can also drop down to the one that looks
Just
like a
tell me
D.
what the type. I'm already typing.
Okay.
/R space 1d6.
Now the goal here is you need a
15.
15. So you are watching this and desperately wanting to interact. And Solus you can hear his footsteps as he walks behind you. You know that one. That one is interested in our ways. Should make simple practice, I think.
I want to focus all of my energy on speaking to a day.
A day, roll me a charisma check.
A day is not charismatic. D is. Is this you said check or save? Sorry.
Check.
Okay. 18.
Your eyes go white, and you begin to see with the sight that is not your own. And for a moment, you see an eternal hall of dead men. Shosha, you are in a body that is bigger than your own, heavier than your own. And in your mind, you hear the voice of Shosha and a day say in unison the words that Solus warned, if you start this, you cannot turn back. First, last, eternal. The ring burns on your finger. And you try to move your hand to see the ring, but you haven't the control. Shosha, you feel an impulse to look at your hand and you don't know why. Do you?
I do.
A day, there was a hesitation. You wanted to look at your finger and you weren't able to, but now it seems that you can. And so you look and you see the ring, green and blazing. Shosha, you see a woman looking at you fiercely. almost furiously. You do not belong here. Get out. Get out now.
Day. I don't know if you can hear me. Find me, please. She'll have taken me back to her house. Please, just find me.
I don't know. I don't know where that is.
God, tell Arabella to send to her.
I said, get out. You find yourself in the Hall of the Dead, watching from a distance.
Okay. Shit. I'm going to close my eyes and say, Gloria, if we are to be your champions, I need to be able to find her. And I want to try and feel for Shosha's aura and just follow that if I can find it.
You see her, the presence that is always with you a day, looking furious, far more upset than you have ever seen. Her eyes boiling red with lava. But she looks and calms. And then points.
Gone.
So, that's going to bring us to Yenna. It's your turn.
Back away from the bars, another dexterity saving throw.
Okay? I'm so sorry, baby. I love you.
I love you too.
He rolled an 11, so he's going to take the damage.
Great. I am concerned. Oh shit, it's, is this with advantage for him because of the... I don't have a weave pass anymore. I just cast a spell.
Oh, actually, yeah,
I
just realized we passed.
Yeah.
We passed the phases. You can't cast.
I can't cast right now.
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh.
Okay.
Interesting.
Would I
And
be
the
able
fact
to...
that you tried makes the arches flash white, red, and blue.
I would have known that the arches had gone up, though, when the lights came back. And he said, finally.
Yeah, I'll give you that. So,
I'm gonna, instead of that then, I'm going to bear hug him through the bars and try and hold him so that Arabella can, at the very most, I want to try and choke him out. At the very least, I want Arabella to get advantage on the next hit.
Roll me a grapple check at disadvantage.
Yeah, for sure.
Does that mean the magic we currently use are going to fade?
Probably.
Only one way to find out.
Oh,
actually, you would feel it. Yeah. In fact, your sword.
Disadvantage, athletics.
And any spell that you have active.
What about my blade song?
That would probably fade.
Yeah, that's not a spell.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
17.
You got him.
Okay. I wanna either try and choke him out, or like I said, give Arabella advantage on the next hit to take him down.
Go ahead and roll me one more contest to see if you're able to choke him out. So another strength check.
With disadvantage now, or?
Yes, you're still at disadvantage.
Okay.
because there is a bar in your way.
15.
15. He got 16. He beat you by 1.
Okay.
Now,
So you've got him, but you can't choke him out.
Yeah, like I said.
here's the thing. I have no blade anymore.
Yep.
You can still smack him with a pommel.
Or you could pick up the other guard's sword,
What is that sword?
a long sword. No, I'm sorry. They're using great. No, one's using a great sword. One's using a long sword. The one that was knocked out is using a great sword. The one that's currently grappled is using a long sword.
Either of them have a dagger? Does the guy on the ground have a dagger at all?
Do they have daggers? Let me see. No, he has a heavy crossbow, and a great sword.
Now, see, friends, here is the danger of not being able to cast spells as the squishy fucking wizard. I have 9 health left.
You have a choice to make.
What do we do?
I can't. Everything is gone. I have no blade. I can't use defensive duelist.
He would have disadvantage on any strikes against you because Yenna is currently holding him.
Where's the chest with all our shit in it?
That would have been right about here. Whoop, there it is.
Yo, maybe 2 members of the party gonna die tonight.
All right, so are you gonna go that way?
Man, I'm gonna have to try.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he will get an attack of opportunity, but he is at disadvantage because he's being grabbed.
Can I use this for my sentinel ability? To use my reaction to try and punch him in the head?
I'll allow it.
Sentinel,
Go ahead,
bitch!
roll your attack.
Well, it's just gonna be a basic strength check, right? With like my strength is it oh, that's not with disadvantage though. Yeah, that would be the disadvantage. This is 21 to hit.
Okay. To hit? Yeah, that hits.
So that'll just be basic melee is just gonna be my strength modifier and damage, which is 3.
Okie dokie. So he can't attack Arabella. Cool. So, you're able to get to the chest with all your gear.
What would it take to rummage through it, get my healing potion out, and fucking chug it?
That's an action. An action and a bonus action. Action to go and search. Bonus action to drink.
Is there anything else in there that I can use? Oh, would it take an action to have Ariel?
To pull out Ariel? That's an action just to grab her. Yeah.
Is the other cell open?
Yep.
Doors open?
Yep.
Are weave passes in this box?
Nope.
Nope. Well, shit in my entire human life.
And neither is the map.
She took both of them. Can I grab Ariel, run into the cell, and close it?
What?
Sure.
I don't want it to hit me! I'm gonna die! I'm just gonna... I don't know! You have the key!
It's on the floor! I forgot to grab it yet. What
God, what can I... I don't know what else I can do!
Listen, I can heal you!
I'm just gonna...
You hear when you close the door.
I'm gonna...
Did this really just happen? Did this really just...
I'm dying!
Okay, is there anything else you would like to do on your turn? mean, you can cast spells.
No.
You can.
I mean,
it's just that it
you-
means that every single guard in town is going to be alerted to the fact that you cast a spell.
I don't like that though.
All right.
Or you
so,
could try and poke them.
all right, so-
I guess I can go
It
over and
is-
stab him. I don't know.
it is now the knight's turn,
I'm holding
and
on.
I'm
he's
done.
going-
Just Arabella's just like, I'm done. Just.
he's going to try and break out of this grapple.
Okay, I'm making this disadvantage still.
Uh-huh. And that's an 18 on his.
Oh,
on
it's a
his.
6 on mine, so we're in great
He-
shape, everybody.
And he takes he breaks free, and he's going to use the rest of his action to kick the key away from the gate.
Yep. Love that for me.
So sorry.
Not your fault!
All right. Next is Yenna, it's your turn. And after this round, I'm gonna end combat, but I want to see how this all resolves. What are you gonna do, Yenna? He is looking off, like he is now basically right here, and he's just kind of leaning on the wall, breathing heavy. And you can tell he's about to reach for his crossbow, and he goes, "Toss the sword, or I will fill you with arrows."
All Yenna can do is hope that a day gets to Shosha. Yenna's going to toss him the sword.
Now we go to Arabella. He just kind of looks over at you. "Toss your weapons, or I am going to kill you."
Can I
This
at
is-
least drink a
oh.
potion? I'm gonna chuck Castanea.
He okay, you chuck your weapon, and he goes to collect it, and he starts to shake his friend awake, and the other guard wakes up. "Toss everything you have, both of you, out of the cells now."
That was all I had.
And you,
Did he
They
see
look-
me take Ariel?
Can I reach
he-
through the
he
bars
knows that
and,
you guys
and touch
took
his
some-
friend?
No, they're staying clear away from the bars.
Like, before he gets drug away from me, can I just grab his leg?
You can try.
I'm gonna die!
That's all I want to do is just grab the leg.
Yeah, sure, you can try.
Okay. What is that, a dexterity?
Yep. I'll make it a DC 12.
Okay. Disadvantage?
Yeah.
Here we go. 7. It's nothing. I just
Yeah.
wanted to grab the
Like-
grab the leg and cast lay on hands. That's all I wanted to do.
You couldn't if you wanted to. Your
Yeah.
magic is suppressed. So they're keeping arrows on you. No
Right.
movement.
I hope
Toss
this is
everything.
interesting to you. Just gonna say to Ariel, sorry.
And they confiscate everything. And with that, the camera zooms out, and we see a day running, following a spirit towards what he hopes is the lifeless body of Shosha. Shosha, you see from the other side your friends in dire straits as more guards begin to come into the barracks. And you see your body lying lifeless in the house of your friend, and you see the nails fill black. And you know that you have moved forward in your journey of the undying. And you felt that a day has just begun his. That is where we're going to end it for today, folks. We will see you next Monday to find out how our friends are going to get out of this sticky wicket.
Dope.
Oh my god.
I've been your GM. I'll let everybody do their outros. We'll start with the one who I'm certain is going to cuss me out as soon as the camera stops rolling, and that is the lovely Harper. So, Harper, where can we find you when you're not calling me a motherfucker?
Noir, when do I not call you a motherfucker when the camera stops rolling? Hi everyone. My name is Harper. I have been playing Shosha Sistraris, who is very dead at the moment. Maybe forever.
She'll
Who
get
knows?
better. It's fine.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I am a podcaster, a streamer, and general TTRPG nerd about the internet. You can find me on Twitter and TikTok. And I can't remember my outro right now, Noir. Okay, here we go. You can find me on social media everywhere as Harpersona, except for Twitter, where you can find me as Harpersona Games, because Harpersona was banned. You can find me here on this channel on Mondays, where I may or may not be playing Shosha Sistraris anymore, a Yuan-Ti Warlock, and on Fridays in System Crash playing Who Knows What in Who Knows What. And you can also find me over on the Chaotic Pod Twitch channel 3 days a week. That would be on Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday for various video games. And on Sundays, our 5e campaign that I am the Dungeon Master for, Hidden Magics in a homebrew setting where there are no secrets whatsoever. You can also... God, I don't remember my outro.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, right. I am the co-host of Chaotic Creations, a podcast about TTRPG character creation with the one and only Darby. Everyone on the show has been a guest. It comes out every Friday. We're returning from our hiatus in May with some really amazing guest episodes, so check that out. You can listen wherever you find podcasts. And I am still in shock, so I'm just going to stop rambling now and pass it on over to Darby.
Hey, Darby. What's up?
Hello. I'm Darby. You can find me on Twitter as
Love you,
Darby Pack. That's my real human name. But really, I'm just a possum in a skin suit. And I wish I could play dead. You can find me here on
I
the
love you,
Critical
Darby,
Misses
so
channel.
much.
In every single show that they run.
Well,
Mondays,
hey,
Wednesdays, and Fridays.
you might not have to play dead, depending on how the next session goes. You might not have to play, you know?
Yeah.
You better chill, dude.
She's plotting my death right now.
You better chill.
It's fine.
Okay.
We're plotting his
Okay.
demise.
Oh, my
Find me here Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Mondays, KingsGuard playing maybe Arabella Chestnut. Who knows? I don't. Wednesdays playing Minerva, an actually dead person. Fridays playing Who Knows What and What Knows What in System Crash. You can also find me on the Chaotic Pod Twitch channel Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays playing Darby's Dungeon, playing video games, Co-op Chaos, playing video games with Harper, and Sunday playing in Hidden Magics, an actual play D&D campaign that we run on our channel, GM'd by our lovely Harper. You can also find me as the co-host of Chaotic Creations, a podcast where we take weird prompts and make weird TTRPG characters. I'm also the lead for the community lead for the Fey Realms, an all-inclusive TTRPG Twitch channel. I'm not in any of the shows, but you can see the stuff I do behind the scenes. So, with that, I will pass it on.
Why you sound so sad and lifeless?
I am lifeless!
Because I dropped to 9 HP. I lost my mage armor. Castanea was gone.
Darby, I dropped from full health to 0 and I died immediately.
I know!
Hi, my name's D. I'm a voice actor, streamer, musician, professional GM with the Emerald City Game Masters Guild, as well as with Magpie for their creative play program. I play Julian in Woodsy Studios' Crimson Spires, which is a visual novel available on Steam. On Mondays, you can find me before this show over on Weed the Tale for our Great American Witch Game, where I play Anati Rossford, a familiar name to everyone who's been paying attention. Then you can, of course, catch me here for the next riveting episode of KingsGuard, where I'll try to figure out how to annoy these three lovely people in a different way next time. On Tuesdays, you can catch me on my channel for streaming stuff. Maybe Kids Table, who knows. Wednesdays, you can catch me back here where I am the Master of Ceremonies for Under the Pale Cold Sun, a Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition game that I run for these lovely people. Thursdays, you can catch me on my channel for the most elite gaming experience any of you will ever see. For the Dub Club, we have never lost a single game ever at all. There's no need to check the VOD because I just told you what happens at the end of it. On Fridays, you can catch me over on the Fey Realms, where I run a game called Tales from the Amazing Aegis, which is a mask powered by the Apocalypse game. Wonderful fun there. Saturdays, I sleep, and on Sundays, you can find me over on Chaotic Pod for the latest episode of Hidden Magics, where I play a wonderful half-orc bard named Maltion.
Perfectly normal. Half-orc bard.
Yep, no secrets.
No secrets. Hashtag no secrets.
And that's me.
Hi. That leaves me, I guess. Hi, I'm Anita, or Panita, or Critical Misses. You can find me everywhere at Panita or at Critical Misses, because this is my channel. These are the streams that I'm on. Much like Darby, you can find me here Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Friday on System Crash. Oh, you can also find me here on Saturday, when we are going to be bringing back the glorious return of Morning Ritual. On Friday, this Friday on System Crash, you can catch us playing Necrobiotic. It's going to be we're going to be helping them out with their Kickstarter by doing some examples of actual play for that game and system, which reminds me I need to message the person. And on Saturdays, you can find me for Morning Ritual. I think we're going to be starting that back up in May.
Mm-hmm.
Correct me. Yeah, back in May.
First guest for May is Aram Varshan, who is the GM for God's Fall.
We're very excited. And without further ado, I'm going to pass it up to our wonderful GM, who has never done anything wrong to us ever, and will continue to be a perfect soul and a perfect being that we love and adore dearly.
Hey, everybody.
That no one has ever been mad at, ever.
Hey, everybody. I'm your friendly GM, Noir. Just making sure that my players are all happy and get what they want.
Oh, it's all around?
You can find me. You can find me on Mondays over on Roll20's Roll20 in the morning, where I produce and play in Kids on Bikes with the outstanding cast. Then you can find me later in the evening, where I GM a 5th edition adventure by the name of KingsGuard. You might have heard of it, with another stellar cast. I don't know how I got so lucky, but here I am. On Tuesdays in the afternoon, you can find me on LFM for Degrees of Madness, where I play Call of Cthulhu with the puppets from Perception Studios. Then later on Tuesday evenings, you can find me on Bards and Barbarians channel, where I play in a zombie game called Dread Rising. Where the zombie apocalypse just started in a comic book convention. Don't worry, we're making sure Carrie Hills makes it out just fine. On Wednesdays, I sleep. And also I play Spy Game, and also Woven Realm over on Chromatic Chimera. We're on our third session where I am playing a dragon heritage fighter named Shaw, who has amnesia. It's been a great time. Thursdays, I also sleep, and then on Fridays, I sleep again.
Unless they're streaming on your channel.
Yeah, I do stream on my channel every now and then. Saturdays, I have morning ritual. I'm certain I'm forgetting something. Please don't be offended if I did. But that's that. The most important thing is come back here next Monday to figure out what happens on KingsGuard. We're looking at doing 12 episodes for the season, and I've got some surprises lined up for the party. I can't wait to see how they get there and how they get out of some of the stuff I've got planned. Sure. I did not have any of this planned.
Oh, now you have surprises for us.
Oh yeah.
Are we gonna go on a raid? Who's online right now that we should go on a raid?
You know who we're gonna raid? We're gonna raid we're gonna raid Total Party Chill. They're playing TTRPGs right now. And they seem pretty chill. You see what I did there?
Hey, we're gonna go and raid Total Party Chill. We're gonna spread some love over there. Thank you all so much for stopping by. Noir, do you want to sign us off?
Yeah. Bye. No, I'm kidding. I think I'll have a sign off next week. But until then, we love you very much. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.